I think this is it. And that is time for Team Mog. Actually got the victory there. Very close.
What a lucky finish. Beautiful.
With Chaos's RNG, it's so up in the air of when you're actually going to win. So we could let the FF5 runners introduce themselves. They've got a few minutes. Or sorry, not runners, commentators.
I can't believe I took that safe and it was a 201. I was so safe the entire run.
I know.
It was a good chance for it to be a sub 2, but Chaos said no.
I decided to take it safe and take pretty much every fight to try and buff my health. I wasn't bothered about getting a sub 2 at that point.
Chaos still does Chaos things, though. There's not much you can do about it.
I was 8.5 minutes in the red early on in the run, and then I had 4 gold splits in a row. Each about a minute green, each of those gold splits. So it put me actually within like a 155 range, and then it just kind of...
That extra health definitely helped you out in the long run, for sure.
Very, very lucky. It's very rare we get that much health on PR.
Kraken 2 down for Tonberry. Has about 4 more encounters left for the game.
Well, thank you for having me. Good luck rest of the one guys, and go Team Mog.
Yep, GG easily.
Gee, thanks for putting on a clinic.
The Final Fantasy V commentators still have a chance to introduce themselves.
Yeah, hello, Magissa here. What's up? Hope the relay was fun for you guys. Fortunately, FF5 is very slow at the start. We got a bunch of cutscenes where nothing is happening, so we are going to have plenty of time to introduce ourselves in a bit. You guys can probably just focus on Tonberry for now, actually.
Alright, sounds good.
Yeah.
So Tonberry's on Tiamat 2. Pretty easy for the second to last boss fight. And Tonberry's hit points are finally up to an acceptable level. They're still not great, they're lower than we'd like them to be, but they are enough to beat the game. Like the 300 mark is bare minimum for the monk.
Probably would have liked to have seen it at least one more good level's worth of hit points. Be around 350 or so.
Yeah, but sometimes you just have to take what you've got.
You just take what you get.
Oh yeah, Tiamat 2, fairly simple. Rarely do we get wipes to Tiamat 2. It can happen if she melees the monk. That's really the only thing that does it. Because her melee attacks do hit pretty hard. One more encounter, then we've got Chaos. Hopefully Tonberry can get a first try Chaos. Yeah, the Chaos, just like the last fight, we could be ready to finish the run in 2 minutes or 10 minutes, depending on how Chaos acts.
Time to pull the lever on the slot machine.
We just hope for Chaos to melee the fighter. That's the fighter's most important purpose for the entire run, is to take hits here. The rest of the game is just to make it a little easier, but for Chaos it's what actually makes it possible. Because if Chaos doesn't punch your fighter, it's unlikely that you're going to win. Okay, no X potion off, it's still pretty scary. Not the best start. Okay, Earthquake is one of the best things you can see. It also is one of the rarest things for Chaos to do.
Got the drink off.
Black Mage down, but Tonberry's in a good position. As long as he gets to heal off before a heavy hit here. Blizzara's fine.
Fine.
I'm not sure how many recovery items Tonberry has. Does Tonberry only have 2 or 3? I'm not sure. But we pretty much try to cap out our attack stat here. Then based on how many speed drinks went up, will depend on how much damage we can deal to Chaos. Oh, and looks like Team Chocobo's also on to Lich. So we'll be ready for time real soon here for Tonberry. And that's time for Tonberry.
There it is.
That was a good fight.
GG. That was an excellent fight.
GG.
Sometimes you just get through one try, and other times it's a struggle. That's Chaos for you. And Team Chocobo has an intelligence gain on one of their mages, so the Lich fight is going to be slightly easier, at least. And I think you guys can take it away for FF5 for a while. It's going to be a hot minute till Tonberry's, or till Chocobo's up to any more real encounters.
Alright, cheers dudes. Thank you. Most people will already have heard me, but I'm Magissa. I'll be here for FF5 alongside Metako and Elliot. Hello, my dudes.
Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
I briefly mentioned already. Fortunately, FF5 is a very, very slow starting game with a lot of cutscenes, so we had a bit of time to focus on FF1, but that doesn't mean it's not going to get fast-paced and interesting. The game has a lot of very interesting things to work with, including a job system, which is great. So you got plenty of options to tackle certain boss fights and all that good stuff. But at the start, like, the first 20 minutes are basically just, like, very straightforward. You may have seen bodcap for Team Mock take some interesting movement with his Chocobo already. That's because the entire game will, ideally, throughout the entire game, we will follow a step route, which minimizes the number of encounters and gives us preferable encounters in certain places. But outside of that is pretty much optimizing your job setups when you learn certain abilities and not messing up. So if you want an exciting finish, you want Mock to mess up slightly somewhere. But 6 minutes difference, I mean, that can definitely be made up in this game, for sure.
So I guess the first thing that's happening, like at the beginning of the run, so you go into the ancient ruins, you meet a female character who we get introduced to, and then there's an old man, Galuf, who's lost his memory. Once you go through there, you've got the option to pick up a safety Phoenix down. In Final Fantasy V, along with most of the Final Fantasies, your step count doesn't increment in advance when you're in safe areas like towns, and it'll be the same for the meteors. There are a few different areas that specifically your steps won't increment, so it's good to know when you've got those extra steps to take if you need to do some safety things compared to others. You also have your best friend Broco, who's Bartz's pal. You also get the chance to rename your character, so if you want to go authentically, you can rename your character Butts as per the original game, but I imagine everyone will be going with some sort of Choco, Tonberry, and Mog theme for this particular event. And then we get some mandatory goblin encounters, and then we run up and we go into the first cave. So bodcap will be going into Pirate Cave very, very soon. So if you missed the fancy movement, you'll be able to see Waves doing that now. So, a few steps to the right, a few steps to the left, cha-cha real smooth. So if you just saw on bodcap's screen there, you'll notice that he very quickly went to the right and went into the menu. So there are a few other things other than just doing good movement you can do to affect your encounters in 5. So one of them is just a pause in the world map. That will help give you a few extra steps to stop you getting encounters there. Additionally, if you do get off step route, just going into the menu after a full stop on the world map will do that as well. And then we've got half steps. So if you engage in the walking animation in the world map and then buffer the menu basically during that step before it completes, you'll do a half step. And what that will do is it will stop your step incrementing. So there are times in the run where you'll only want to do one extra step. And that can be very, very difficult to do because most of the time, if you're going to do 2 extra steps, you're going to go back and forth. So half steps are one way you can recover your steps if they get off. Not ideal, but also it's just a way of not incrementing your steps when you don't want to.
The nice thing about the step route in this game is that you, unlike other SNES games, you always start on the same seat. So it's always the same at the very, very start. It's just yeah, if you get off by 1, then you might get different formations at the very least, and if you get off entirely, then more encounters and all that good stuff. Which can be very dangerous because optimally, you do have a job that's called Thief that will prevent back attacks and all that stuff and makes you escape immediately, but you might not want to switch to that every single time when you're in a zone that is full of encounters. So,
yeah, so each of the jobs has got a primary ability that automatically engages. So the Thief has Steal, so no matter what, you're going to have that on. And then you can also learn abilities as you go by gaining AP, so you just get that from various fights. Once you learn an ability, you can have that on a second slot. And there's even, is it just the Freelancer that has 2 empty slots that you can just put whatever you want on? So that will also be used towards the end of the run. To maximize on, okay, these are abilities that are actually useful right now that I really want to have.
Yep. It's not really the hardest RPG run, I would say. I mean, while it is very strict, there is a lot of options you have to recover stuff, which, of course, you will lose time if you get off step route and all that stuff. Then you have to do maybe some weird things here and there to lose a minute or 2, but you can always finish this run. It's not like
one of
Go ahead.
I've always said FF5 is one of the most consistent of the certainly the Super Nintendo runs, but in Final Fantasy, because it's the step count's great, but as far as how it actually logistically affects the run, it can be quite narrow. So especially if you look at things like 7 and 8 with some of the skips there, it's if you mess up a skip, and you were to have to try and play the game normally without it, you could be losing 16 minutes or something like that. In 5, you can get a sub 4 run and have no step count. So it's and also the fights are very consistent as well. So as long as you do the steps that you need to do, having characters underleveled isn't going to be something you need to worry about. Not having the right abilities and items isn't something you should have to worry about, and you can factor it all in. And there are backups for just about everything as well. So if disaster strikes and you don't have a certain ability, you can learn it somewhere else, or if you don't have the right item to be able to, let's say, throw, to be able to do a certain amount of damage, there'll be a backup for it as well. So, really nice run for that. So bodcap's just been arrested, and he's met his new best friend, Faris. So she is cool because she owns a boat and she lets us use it. It's pretty cool. Not everyone's that nice. And then we're going to be able to start actually tracking about. So like Final Fantasy 1, you start with land movement, you get the canoe, you get a boat, and then you get an airship. And Final Fantasy 5, get a boat pretty early on. But I'm sure nothing's going to go wrong with that. We'll probably have that boat for the rest of the run and not have to worry about anything going wrong there.
That would be so
Which
nice.
is the classic. Anyone who's played Final Fantasy 3 knows that that's an absolute lie. And it's like, vehicles in Final Fantasy are made to be broken. So, cool thing about the river is it doesn't increment your steps, but if you accidentally walk onto a land tile, you're going to have a bad time. And also, if you save outside of the Earth Shrine, which is where bodcap is, make sure you don't actually do a half step, because I once lost my step count right at the beginning of a run and was like, what happened here? I don't know what went wrong. And then someone was like, did you do a half step? And I was like, ooh, yeah, that's actually a possible thing. So generally speaking, like ideally you want to have your steps for the first maybe hour or so of the run, certainly up until you get to the likes of Bibloss, because there's a nice manipulation that we want to do and duplicate our inventory. So having to force random encounters there, not good. So first boss fight, Wing Raptor and bodcap screen. So you'll see that he equips the broadsword to Galuf in battle. So the SNES Final Fantasies are absolutely fantastic, or the absolute worst when it comes to, you can do a ton of menuing in the battle menu, and quite often you'll see for 4, 5, and 6 runners will do a lot of menuing while they're in battles rather than outside, because you can do it during attack animations, during the enemy turns and things like that. So putting the broadsword on will just make Galuf do more damage, and then it's a hold A to win fight. And he should never be able to get into his defensive mode. So if you wait a certain amount of rounds, Wing Raptor will wrap itself in its wings and then counterattack, and yeah, you don't want to be involved in that. So we've got to the top of the Earth Shrine, and here we're seeing our first instance of crystals. So we find out the bad news that there. So you've got, classically as per Final Fantasy norm, there are the elemental shrines, and the really cool thing in 5 that you wouldn't get in the other ones is that for each of the shrines you go to, you're able to unlock different jobs and different classes. So as Mags had said earlier about, like, that's one of the really cool things about Final Fantasy V, is not only do you have like a really robust, well thought out job system, you don't just have to go with, I'm going to do the standard any percent and go really, really fast. Well, there's a really, really common way of playing Final Fantasy V doing 4-job Fiesta, where you'll randomize your job classes and come up with new and interesting ways to beat the game. So at the start, I don't really know I don't have no idea what the jobs are in order, but the really important one that we get is Thief and Blue Mage. So that's going to set us off at the beginning. We'll get 2 other ones. Someone else will be able to tell. I don't really know the video games. I just know the runs. But they're going to be really helpful because Thief gives us the dash ability, so we can move faster in dungeons. It will also allow us to escape. And the Blue Mage, as per usual, an enemy will use a particular attack on you. You can learn it, and then you can use it in battle. For Final Fantasy V, I'm pretty sure the way it works is an enemy has to use the blue magic on a Blue Mage specifically, and then you do have to win that fight for you to keep the skill. So it's not a case of you can get hit and then run away and keep it.
Yep, correct. You do get the ability on Blue Mage if you get enough ability points to put on learning, so you could technically do it with any job then, but I don't think we're using that in the run. Blue Magic in general, like, it's very good for the start now. There's some very interesting stuff we can do with a thing bodcap will learn here in just a minute. But compared to like way earlier routes of this game, Blue Magic has been almost eliminated, I want to say. Like, it's very, very overpowered casually, and it's also relatively fast, but we found that money is the solution to all problems, basically. So, yeah, Blue Mage is not going to be used that extensively anymore in the run. You'll see it here and there, but yeah.
Yeah, sadly I wasn't around in the days of old level 2 and whatever level 5.
It wasn't good times, trust me. You don't want to... going for level 5 Doom on like almost every boss was a pain.
So here we go. So bodcap does those extra steps to farm a Black Goblin encounter on the last tile before leaving the dungeon. And so what he's going to do is defend with all 4 characters so that they take less damage. Goblin Punch is the ability that we want to see. So you'll see that landed on Faris. Faris is a blue mage. So now I can just take down the enemy. Thing to keep in mind here, the Goblin Punch will do a consistent 12 damage. So you want to make sure your characters are healthy to be able to crack on from there. So now that we've got the first shrine done and out of the way, bodcap is going to be making his way to the town of Tule, and we'll be picking up some items that will help us for the run along the way.
Indeed, the reason Goblin Punch is a very interesting ability is if you are the same level as the target you attack, you deal 8 times more damage, which is going to be very, very handy. Plus, Goblin Punch, if you use it from the back row, it will also do full damage. So, it's back row okay, as they say.
Yeah. If you like maths, Blue Magic is for you. So first detour, bodcap's taking here into the like the beginners guild. So items you can get here: Tent, Phoenix Down, Potion, Ether. I think one of them's got Gale in it as well, so you just pick up what's really useful in the run. Typically, most runners would only pick up 1 item in this area, which is a Phoenix Down behind Zock's house, which is where I'll be heading next. And that's just, again, to give you some safety. And then we've got a tent here and a potion. So again, these are just some safety pickups for the run that's really, really useful. They don't take a lot of time at all. I think there's only one area where if you really wanted to go out of your way, you can get some items in Walt's Castle. I think it's unlikely anyone's going to go. If you need to pick up safety items in Walt's Castle, there are bigger problems than going into that room. And then in the magic shop, you'll see bodcap got Firebolt and Cure. So those are just spells that we'll be using as we go through. So now we get our cutscene with Zock. And we just go through there, casual stuff, spend the night, no big deal. And then we'll be able to head out on our way. So Waves is coming up to the Wing Raptor fight that we saw earlier. So he picked up the broadsword in that room in the left. I guess there's also another thing you might be wondering is like, how are the characters walking through walls? So like ever since the age of Final Fantasy II, there have been invisible walls in certain dungeons. So as long as you know where you're going, you can just walk through them. Sometimes in some games you get abilities that will help like show when there's an invisible wall. And I'm pretty sure in the new versions they have some sort of graphical overlay to make the game easier. But if you want to play the real version, then I highly recommend sticking with the originals.
So with Team Chocobo here, we had them have a very good ice cave, I believe, and now they're picking up the cubes so they can go into the the second half of the air fortress, and looks like they're moving along pretty well.
Yeah, so our artist is in Waterfall Cave. I'm by the looks of it, I'm guessing. So at the end of it, you've got a robot that will give you a warp cube that allows you to get to where Tiamat is, and there'll probably be another couple of chest pickups. I don't know the Pixel Remaster 1 run, but I can definitely do a little bit of commentary for the general idea of the game going through.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
in the Pixel Remaster, we pick up every chest in the waterfall because we need to sell everything except for the ribbon. Because we badly need money.
See, it's cool. So yeah, spike tile there. Well, there will be. I think this isn't the spike tile encounter. So I don't actually think, if I can recall off the top of my head in FF5, there being spike tiles for, you trigger an encounter in a certain step. There are monsters in a box. It's another classic thing. Quite often you'll get good treasure will be behind them, but I don't think we need to tackle any of that in this particular run. So Bodcap's now finished his time in Tule, so obviously the pirates have gone to the pub to have a nice social time. If you want to play the funsy version of the game, you can go into the bars and you can play the organ. It's really weird that there's an organ. Quite often, like having a pub piano is a thing, but I guess FF5 is just better, or maybe classier than other pubs, and you can get good at playing that. So this is where we say that we're just going to leave the pirates behind. So Faris, Layla, and I guess M are going to make their way to the Torna Canal. So we just have a little bit of memory here. So the thing that's happened is Layla's father, King, I don't know his name, the king of the area that we're in has passed away, and she is sad. So we have a few chats about that, and then there'll be some big story bombs coming in the near future. Is it like King Typhon or something, or Typhoon?
Tycoon.
Tycoon?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Tycoon sounds right. Typhoon sounds... Well, I mean, typically, that's kind of appropriate.
I actually don't know what the PlayStation, because the PlayStation had a very interesting translation. I don't know how you call it there, but could be Typhoon, for all I know.
If you would like to let us know, you can type the answer in chat, I'm sure. So another thing that will be happening on certain screens in certain areas is you might see the runners either doing extra steps just as part of step count, but they also might do certain ones because there are certain titles that have no encounters on them. So in Torna Canal, there are 2 tiles in front of the gates, both have no encounters. So if you were to go straight up in the first tile that you could, then you would be losing a step and you would be advancing too far from there. So there are a couple of places where you want to be very careful that you don't do extras, and then you also want to make sure you walk over certain tiles. When we get to maybe like just halfway into the game, I think there was one no encounter tile that people didn't know about, because I in Lonka Ruins always got an encounter before getting through the first room, and I was like, someone please help, I can't deal with this anymore. And I asked Zin Vogel about it, and he was like, everything looks fine to me. And then I was like, oh, there's one tile that if you don't walk over it...
Yeah, there's a few of those here and there. You don't pass a lot of them, but like they do exist in dungeons. I don't know, like most of the time they are next to like some sort of event or like switch or something, but some of them are just like randomly somewhere where it's like, okay, that makes no sense.
Though that one, like outside of the Lonka Ruins, I'm pretty sure it's because there's after a cutscene you get put out of the dungeon on that tile. So I think that's why that one's an event tile.
Mm.
And then the other cool thing about the boat is that you can dash in it. I don't know, like that's got to be the correct term. But yeah, so we want to do a menu before we get to the fight Carla boss here. So you'll have seen Bodcap will go very fast in the boat. If he was to remove the job class of the thief early, the boat would be moving slow. So you'll see he's switched all his jobs to Black Mage, and then also switched Faris to the top slot and Bart's to the bottom slot. And then we're just going to be spamming the something spell. Bolt, obviously, we're in water. Of course we're going to be using Bolt. That's the most sensible thing. Carla boss usually isn't a problem, so it's got the most common thing it will do is use an ability that will reset your ATB and will stop your ATB from moving for a couple of turns, and then you'll be able to move on from there. So Carla boss is down, life is good, and we're carrying on through. But what's this? A giant Leviathan has appeared. So Faris's boat is a bit weird in that it shouldn't be able to move, because one of the features with the shrines being attacked or broken or destroyed or whatever it is that there's no wind in the area, so boats with sails shouldn't be able to move. And we find out that Faris actually has a creature. I'm going to say it's the Hiryu. It's some sort of drake dragon thing. I could be wrong. Someone correct me. But it pulls the ship, which is how you're actually able to move in the beginning of the game.
She is a sea dragon, apparently.
So sad times as well now for Faris. So we've lost 2 NPCs right at the beginning of 30 minutes in. Things are not all as they should be. So let's hope things can start to pick up and go a bit better. And then we wake up the next day, and we're on the Grave Shipyard. So first things first, bodcap will do a menu to get blue mages back on, which is what we're going to be using for the next fight. And then you'll just see a series of very, very intricate movement. I think there's quite a lot of steps in quick succession in this particular area. We see Waves has just gone into Tule, so he's just going to be staying the night at Zox. Oh no, he's just leaving. He's already spent the night. Oh, he's going so fast.
Hey, he better. 6 minutes.
Yeah, and then we've got Water Cave and for Team Choco. Best cave, best music. Please fight me. So a couple of extra steps, and then already time for a nap in the shipyard. So we'll take a little chit chat, little stop. So obviously, Faris is in a lot of emotional pain, but we don't really know why. Not entirely sure what's going on at this point, but who knows? Maybe we'll figure out with some character development. So we get a couple of chests here. So there's a guild chest with 990, and then there'll be a potion chest coming up shortly afterwards. So that's there. A couple of extra steps. And then we're back in the outsidey bits. So it's already taken, I mean, I don't know about you, but like after 1 minute of running around a shipyard, I definitely need to have a break. So that's what the party's going to be doing. Conveniently placed space for everyone to sleep. Nothing to worry about. Obviously, we're drowned rats, so we get to dry our clothes, and then everything should be grand and wonderful. But yeah, Faris is not happy about this. So at this point in the game, in typical old traditional values, pirates are male characters. So as far as we know, Faris is indeed a male at this point in the game. And then we're like, let's just get ready for bed. It's fine. So Layla goes and gets changed in the other room, and the 3 men together are cool with their thing. And Faris is like, not happening. Not this guy. So it's a bit strange, but like I said, maybe we'll find out later. A refreshing nap first.
You find out now that she's a woman, actually. Like,
oh, has it already happened?
She straight up tells you, yeah.
Okay,
well,
cool.
Did they straight up notice? Like, let's put it that way.
Okay. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. Like there's a later point in the game where Faris is in a different costume and Bartz has a moment.
Yeah.
All right, so save point. So just a safety save from bodcap there. There are a few rooms that you can go through that have saves in them that don't matter in terms of steps. You can go over them without having to do extra bits and pieces. There are some rooms where you won't be able to actually go and use the save because it's just not, the steps won't allow for it, or you would have to come up with some other step route to really accommodate that. So, as always, opening the chest allows for the rest of the ship to appear out of the water, and then bodcap's going into the next fight. So this is going to be against Siren. Very, very important story thing. So Siren obviously is supposed to like allure people when it comes to like out at sea, shipwrecking and things like that. Very appropriate, very topical. So what will happen is that we need to like snap ourselves together, and if you look very carefully, you'll see that it's like some sort of like spirit or soul will be coming out of each of the characters. And if you look carefully at who our people are, you might notice something important. So for some reason, both Faris and Lena are drawn to King Tycoon. Can't imagine why. The character models don't look similar. Hair color isn't similar. But I have no idea what's going on there. And then Galuf, who's lost his memory right at the beginning of the game, is starting to remember. So there's a character there. If you call her anything other than Kara, you're wrong. And then Bartz is he's just chilling with a Siren, I guess. No big deal. And then with the power of friendship, if you just slap your friends in the face, They'll snap out of any sort of stupor, ready to go right into the action. So first fight that we're going to be using Goblin Punch. So Faris obviously can't do that in their Thief form, but then we've got 3 other blue mages. Really, really simple fight to do this way. If you're playing casually, as I found out for the first time not too long ago, if you try to go through this area without any encounters on step route with random jobs and you don't just go in with Goblin Punch, this fight can go pretty badly.
She's, yeah, she can be tough. She can be tough. Ooh, do we need the AP?
Speaking of...
Yeah, I'm wondering. We do definitely probably need the Thief AP. Like, I would wager, but yeah, Nana is probably good being on the ground here. Yeah. The Pyroness, fortunately, she is level 2, which means the 3 blue mages there, since they're also level 2, will do 8 times damage to Siren in her first form. She does have a second form, but in the speedrun you will never see that. The first form casts magic and, well, can one-shot you with a spell with fire or bolts, but you'd like to not see that. We saw that twice, unfortunately, so that wasted a bit of time. And a Phoenix down, which very valuable actually in this game. It costs 1,000 gold to buy a Phoenix down, which we definitely don't really have like a lot of, especially since we're going to be using Gil as kind of a weapon. So we can't spare too much of that. And yeah, the second form would be a form that is pretty much immune to physical attacks. It's not really immune, but it just has very high defense. And it will slap you with physical attacks. You can damage that one with potions, for instance, because it's undead, but or magic. But yeah, in this speedrun, you never see it go that far.
Absolutely. So bodcap's just gone into Carwin there to pick up one of the most broken items in the early game. So in this instance, it's an ice rod.
I get it. Because you break them, isn't it? Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say it. that was for the one person. But seriously though, so you get elemental rods in Final Fantasy V, and a really cool thing is how, again, with the mechanics. So if you've got a mage class currently on, you're able to break rods and they'll do elemental damage to enemies. So ice rod, thunder rod, fire rod. In this particular area, we don't need to worry about it yet, but we picked that up because it's going to be really, really powerful for a boss, and it just does a completely disproportionate amount of damage compared to what you would be able to do any other way at this point. So we get that, go through North Mountain, and in no time at all, we'll just be flying through here, doing some extra steps. Very important thing is that we've got some sort of poison plant or weed here. So you do want to make sure that you do actually go over it. The reason for that, in fact, generally speaking, in the run, if you have certain characters at crit HP or very, very low HP, the reason for doing that is to use the knight roll. So if the knight's got high HP and everyone else has got really low HP, and you use the, I forgot what it's called, block command or something, okay. Or shield, okay. Yeah, then you'll be able to just tank physical attacks. So it's a really, really useful. And for whatever reason, I actually don't know like the mechanics behind this, but like the attacks will do 0 damage.
Yeah, if you guard, it's like straight up physical damage 0. That's just straight up.
So it's completely wild. It's like again another thing that's just if you've got that and you're against the right fight, it just completely disables what certain enemies will be able to do.
So Team Chocobo here is actually on Kraken, our second to last split for FF1, and it's still a pretty easy fight, and looks like we're going to go deathless for the 3rd run in a row. Good to see.
Nice. Yeah, Kraken can do a ton of damage with its physical attacks. Scary through and through. So in this fight, in 5 for Magissa, for bodcap, pretty straightforward stuff. So this is where we use the ice rod, one-stop shop, easy kill. A thing that you want to be careful of and just be aware of is that it's likely that someone will get killed in the fight. If it's not Faris, you want to revive them, equip a knife on someone else, and then attack that person so they get down to critical health. Because we're not going to be taking any more damage between now and the next boss, and we're going to be using that beautiful guard ability in that fight to be able to help us out. So it's just another way of, okay, can I use my battle as efficiently as possible to set myself up for the next part of the game? So because it was Faris that was taken down that time, all we have to do is res her and then defeat the fight, and we're good to go.
Yeah, it is quite tricky to get into critical HP in this game because Phoenix Downs do not actually revive you in crit like almost any other Final Fantasy. Like, it's weird, but it does make setting up a bit more awkward at times.
Yeah, I was also going to say something about the healing items and things. So you'd say like the Phoenix Downs are really, really expensive, which they absolutely are. Like Phoenix Downs and high potions are ridiculous. Elixirs are unbuyable in this game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They're like, is it like 50k or something?
50,000 gil, yeah.
It's like I don't often casually play Final Fantasy games, but when I do not expect an elixir to cost 50k.
It sells for 1 gil too, if you if
oh, the classic.
Yeah.
It's like every time it's like, oh, I've got elixir, mega elixir, sure, whatever. You can have a penny for your troubles. So Waves is now taking down Siren fight again, just spamming Goblin Punch, easy to win. The reason why you're seeing the interesting graphical anomaly in bodcap screen is because his characters are under the poison status, so they're just continually taking damage. Fortunately, the sound is not nearly as bad as Final Fantasy II, so thank you for not having that in any of the other Final Fantasies post that game.
Very good fight, Waves. Very good fight. No casualties. Just sleep and scan, scan is a bit slow, but like does nothing, obviously.
Yeah, there's a lot of the times it's either someone will just get absolutely bodied in one hit, or it'll just be slow because their ATB is getting reset or stopped or paused. There are a couple of fights where you can afford it to go on like 1 round, 2 round longer, and it won't really impact things other than be slower. And there are a couple of fights where if you do not do everything within the rounds that are allocated in the run, you just don't win the fight. So now we've had a wee chat with King Waltz. Again, there'll be a menu, so I'll just be putting thieves onto Galoof and Bartz. You might be wondering, well, why do we have multiple characters with Thief? Because so far, the only use that we've been using it for is the dash ability. Well, we're going to be going to Waltz Tower shortly, and the goal there will be to get the first encounter with Rickle Mage and Ice Soldiers, and what we want to do is steal I would say at least 1 Mithril Sword. You really only want to get 1. It's superfluous to have more than that. So yeah, Mithril Sword is what we're looking for. So we're now in Waltz Tower. Couple of extra steps, and here we go. So if we don't get the Mithril Sword steal, there is a backup. So, oh, beautiful potion steal. We love that. So, Final Fantasy V stealing, I don't want to say it's dumb. Okay, there's a better way of describing it, but it can be less than fortuitous. So, the enemies, as per multiple games, will have a regular steal and a rare steal. But you can only steal 1 of them from any particular item or any particular enemy. So if you get the rare steal, you cannot then steal the normal item. You only get 1 or the other. So there are a couple of important steals in the run, and if we get the rare steal, it's going to be bad for the runners. So let's hope that doesn't happen. So for here, the reason that we want to have the Mithril Sword is we'll equip it onto one of our characters. We're still going to be using Goblin Punch, Blue Magic to take on the next fight. If we don't have the Mithril Sword, we won't be doing as much damage. So my assumption is the calculation's based on your actual attack and then, again, the multiplier to be doing a lot of damage. You will see a huge difference between a character, for example, with nothing equipped doing Goblin Punch and a character with a Mithril Sword. So we just have 2 different strats for the fight, depending on what happens.
Yeah, it's based on the weapon power, actually, that you have. So the stronger the weapon, the stronger the attack, naturally. Yeah, Galura here is a very simple boss fight. He only has physical attacks, which is why we went through all the trouble with the setup in the first place. So as long as Ferris guards now, she will automatically, since she is a knight, she will automatically cover everyone else, as you can see. And she will take 0 damage. The only thing that can... so Galura, after he takes 350 damage, will start counterattacking. Up to 2 times a turn when you attack him, which makes it even more important that this setup is going as it is. Since we don't have the Mithril Sword, we need more attacks now. What we're hoping to not see is an attack called Rush, because Rush will actually inflict HP Zap, which in this version of the game is very lethal, because your HP starts ticking down very quickly. Fortunately, none of that happened, so very clean fight there, even though we need a couple more attacks than we usually do, but yeah.
Worked out well.
Cannot complain.
Nice. So another thing that's nice, I guess it's okay. So it's not nice that Faris got killed in the previous fight, but if she didn't, she would be taking continuous poison damage. So any attack that she actually tanked from Galura could be tricky, and I have had in my early days of running the game, like fights where she just died against Galura because I was sloppy with my movement. So one thing that's really nice about 5 is like the menuing in battles is very crisp, and you can buffer a lot of things. So if you're just continuing with the same action, you just hold confirm. You can also do defending, so you'd hold R and then confirm, and you just hold both, and it will just do that action immediately, and things like that. So now that we're in our secondary, we're going to be collecting some more jobs. So we've got Time Mage, Mystic Knight. Time Mage is going to be wonderful because we get Dimension Magic, which allows us to use Exit. Exit will allow us to get out of dungeons. And then Red Mage, very cool because we can use Black Magic and White Magic. So earlier on when we picked up Cure, we can do that. And then we'll also have Life, which we'll be able to use. And then Berserker, which I am personally not a great fan of. Aesthetically, looks phenomenal, but mechanically, not for me.
I mean, if you don't like playing the game, Berserker is the perfect job for you. I like playing the game, so I don't really like Berserker, but like, you know, I mean...
I did, about maybe a couple of months ago, I did a 4-job Fiesta race against Zero Scar, who will be featured, in the near future, for Team Choco, and I think, in my opinion, we drew just like the worst thing in the world for jobs. We had no mages, we had... It was like, I know one was Berserker, Dragoon. We had, I think, we might have got Ninja.
Ninja's cool. Like Ninja is very useful.
I'd have to check, but all I remember was like we can't use any magic. We've got no healing other than using items, and it was just a misery for the pair of us, and it took us like half a day. It was like 12 hours or something.
Oh god, Monk. Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough combination of jobs to get for sure. Ninja is somewhat useful because you can run away guaranteed, and they are pretty fast, and they have some stuff they can throw, but the rest of these are just kind of like, well, they don't really do much outside of attacking.
Oh yeah. Monk was the other job. So yeah, we had like Monk, Berserker, Ninja, and whatever I said the other one was that I don't remember now. Oh, Dragoon. But yeah, I had a thought not that long ago about like what would be an ideal 4-job Fiesta speedrun party, and I think I had it down to Samurai, Ninja, Thief, and Chemist, because I think with that combination you can do all the speed tech.
All of it, yeah. That's pretty much all of it right there. That's probably correct, yeah. Like you would maybe like a mage, but like for the duping and stuff, you do need the Thief and Ninja ideally. So, yeah.
Alright, so bodcap's now going around Karnak to do some stuff. Waves is now going for his Mithril Sword Steals. And he got it, so you'll see slightly different fight against Galura. Functionally, it will be the same. The main difference is that you equip the Mithril Sword, and then you don't have to have all of your blue mages doing Goblin Punch. You also don't have to have Galoof as a blue mage. You'll just keep him as a thief. And then the rest of the fight will be practically the same. And then Artis is on Tiamat 1 now.
Yes, Tiamat 1, in my opinion, the second, almost, let's say third hardest fight in the game. It can be a toss-up between Tiamat 1 and Lich 2, but it's going pretty smoothly so far. One more good crit could finish off Tiamat, but it'll probably take 2 attacks. There's a good crit, and Tiamat 1 down.
Pretty solid Tiamat 1 fight for sure.
On a scale of 1 to Bane, does anyone even play around with that in Pixel Remaster?
It doesn't really work in the Pixel Remaster. Enemies have too much magic defense for things like that to work.
Oh, okay. Just one more reason to play the Nintendo version, I guess.
Exactly.
So bodcap's just done an interesting shop there. So we go into Karnak after resetting our classes. So we've got Thief on Faris, Black Mage on Barks and Gloof, and then Red Mage on Lena. In the Karnak Armory, we can sell whatever we want. The important thing is that we want to keep our Phoenix Downs. We want at least 1 tent, which we actually don't really need to use until the middle of the run. And then healing, so like potions, high potions, and then 1 broadsword. It's very, very important that you keep your broadsword, otherwise you'll have a bad fight coming up not too far away. And then you can go into the buy menu, and even though when you select one of the weapons or items, it will go and it will sound like it hasn't worked, you do actually buy it. So we do get an ice rod successfully from there, which we know is going to be wonderful. And am I right in saying that at this point in the game, the shop has got the reduced prices, which is why you would do it now and not later?
Yeah, so if you get to Karnak for the very, very first time, you get like arrested and stuff, and the first item you buy is like reduced. After that, it will change, but one time only, you get the reduced prices for the items right there.
Yeah. So what you'll see is like once bodcap escapes from prison, where we meet the legendary Sid. I mean, I'm sure you all know exactly what Sid's going to provide in this game. And then we just escape. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff. The next thing we're going to do is go back to Karnak, and we're going to buy more rods. So we're going to get ice rods and thunder rods to take us into the next area. So Waves has just finished up with Walt's tower there, which sinks under the ground. And then he's going to travel through meteors. A very common thing. I'm sure you all do it in your day-to-day lives as well. So, you get saved by your water dragon, hear you, and then it gives you a lift to the shore. And then you go inside a meteor that's crashed into the world, and then you find out that it's got a teleporter inside it, and it takes you to somewhere else in the world. I think they call it fast travel in those modern games, but yeah. Pretty cool stuff all around. Oh, so is Artist doing carry 1 after Tiamat?
Yes, 2 of our 3 runners have done carry or Merilith after Tiamat. We only had 1 runner do Merilith first. It's actually very common to do Tiamat first in this version of the game.
Why?
You don't get anything in Merilith's dungeon.
Oh,
All of the other dungeons, you have equipment to upgrade your characters. And the only one where you don't get an upgrade is the volcano. So you just put it off for as late as possible, because you don't really need to go there for anything besides killing Merilith. And the fight is very simple at this point. You can technically finish the battle in 2 rounds if you go for the one-shot kill with the monk. But most people like to just buff 2 rounds, just because it's easier, I guess. You're used to doing that for every other fight. And if you get unlucky like that, with your monk going before the buffs, it takes 2 attacks. But it's not difficult. You're supposed to have beaten her like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago?
Yeah,
So
you're
by
supposed to
now-
have beaten them before you get the airship, basically. Well before Kraken. But you do this almost last because the water palace and the air fortress both have better encounters, better XP, better money. You get your ribbons all set up, and this is just kind of an afterthought before going to the final dungeon.
All right, so bodcap's now in the steamship. So it's mostly just moving around a lot. So there's a chest here, we get another Phoenix down, and then some zigzaggy movement. And then these elevator screens are great because they don't increment your steps, so don't panic if you accidentally take any extra movement there. Because believe me, if there's one thing that relaxes the soul, it's knowing what screens that you can make mistakes in.
Hey, by the way, in terms of step routing, I don't think we mentioned it, but every time you enter a door, it also counts as a step. And if you would have gotten an encounter on that step, you actually don't get it. So that's what most of these zigzaggings are actually doing. It's like you set it up so that when you go through the door, you would have gotten an encounter, but you skip it that way.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of those in the run where it's just like enter and re-enter, like go in and out of doors.
Yeah.
So a little puzzle here. Follow along so that you don't get it wrong at home. So we talk to the first lever, skip the second one, talk to the third lever, and then we want to do both of these. And then we're going to get an encounter. So 2 defeaters, 2 dust screws. Devan, use a break an ice rod. A little bit of experience. Love to see it. And then we're getting ready for the next fight. So again, we're going to be removing the thief job. So we want to get as close to the trigger for the boss fight as possible before doing the menu. So you'll see that bodcap will go right up to here and then in. So heal the party with Lana. Switch Lana to do a time mage. Fire us into a black mage. And then we've got the liquid flame fight. So this is one of the, I guess, built-in RNG fights of the game. So anyone who's familiar with Liquid Flame from any other Final Fantasies, you'll know that it typically has multiple forms and phases. So in this particular version, we'll see how it plays out. Beginning is always the same. So Liquid Flame starts off as the body form, and we'll use an ice rod. And then we'll see. So it will either then turn to hand form or turn to tornado form. Ideally, we want tornado form. So hand form. So what we do is a physical attack. And then it will counter attack and then turn into another phase. So at this point, we've got... I mean, the counter attack will absolutely kill any of your characters. So Resurrect to the Phoenix down, Ice Rod in Tornado form, or in this form will do the kill. So absolutely fine there. And then you can do some rearranging of menuing as well. So ideally, you want to have your Thunder Rod and Ice Rod in the top slots. That's because we'll be able to access them more quickly in fights following that. And there you go. So that's that. So then the last thing we need to do here is set the Thief back up again so that we can run. And then that'll be us done with the steamship. And then Waves is just breaking out of prison as well.
Yeah, Bot had to use another Phoenix down, which, like, I mean, not ideal, but we'll see. We still have one, I think, so we should be fine.
I mean, this is why we get them. It's like if you're going for a serious run at the start, you're not going to get the Phoenix down in the forest. You're not going to get the extra pickups in Tule in the first area. You're not going to get the extra pickups in Waltz and stuff like that. And you just go with the flow. There aren't that many Final Fantasy speedruns where if you just get unlucky in fights or things go badly, you can't finish the run. I think probably the two worst for it are 5 and 12. So 5, you just run out of resources and you can't res your characters. Or I guess the backup is going into a town and going into an inn to revive your characters. And 12, its money is usually the big problem.
Yeah, so depending on what form you kill Liquid Flame in, it drops a different item, which ideally we want the Tornado form because that's the most expensive one that we can sell. But yeah, since Bot already had to like waste Phoenix down, quote unquote, because they would also be part of selling if you had like access of them, right? He might have to do a bit of a different thing that costs him a little bit of time. Shouldn't ultimately matter too much, but yeah, so some slight adjustments might need to be taken.
Yeah, so one of the things that's really well calculated out in the run is that certain enemies will they'll have absolute drops, and there will be times where you want to take the drops, so you just hold confirm at the end of the fight, and there are times where you want to discard the drops. So, I mean, discarding, all it does is means that it's not in your inventory to clog up your menuing, and that's basically all it does. So what you can do, if you wanted to play it, I guess, safer, potentially slower, you can pick up more items than what you normally would, and then you can sell them later on. As far as guild goes, it's pretty much safe and set for the majority of the run, and it's only right at the end of the last shop where you want to make sure you've got a minimum amount there. And I don't know, it does work out. I've never seen it not work out, but also, if you've got a bad run, it's not going to get that far, so you probably don't have to worry about it not working out. So. So at this point we get introduced
to... also in the final dungeon and is going to be doing the final boss rush of all the Fiend refights. Lich 2 being one of the most difficult just because there's a chance of getting hit with double flare. But after that they're not super difficult, but they all have a chance to kill you. Easy setup for Lich, just 2 attacks now and Lich 2 will go down.
So nice to see a game where the spell fast actually works and you actually have temper. Oh no,
yeah.
It's temper that doesn't work, it's fast does work.
If temper worked in the NES, chaos would be so much easier.
What a world it would be.
But yeah,
so,
that's nice, smooth, flareless Lich.
Really nice. So bodcap is once again escaping from prison because that's the kind of rebellious people that we are. This one's slightly different from the previous. You'll notice it's the same area. So one thing is that there's a time limit and you have to dash. There's no walking in it. So the first thing, we go back into the previous room and we speak to an urn, and that will prevent us from being poisoned and it will heal us up. So really, really good there. Then when we go through this time, we actually pick up some treasure. So we get 2,000 gil chests, which is very nice. And then assuming we're on steps, then we don't have to worry about getting bad encounters and extra things. But there are, of course, backups for that. So all we have to do is fight the sergeant boss at the end of this area, break 2 thunder rods, sort out your menu. Job's a good one, and we're ready to crack on. And Waves is just hitting liquid flame. So let's see how the fight goes for him. Beautiful. Tornado form. Love to see it. And there you go. It's a nice quick fight. Saving time.
Yeah, Waves has some pretty good boss luck for now.
Yeah. So bodcap's now gotten outside after the explosion of the area. The job shards or whatever crystals actually fly out, and then we collect them that way because we're unable to actually get them in the area because it's blowing up while we're right there. We also get introduced to the wolf character, who we find out is a friend of Ting Kai Kun, and we'll hang out with him later on. So now we're back in Karnak. We're going to do a few more shops. So as Magissa had said, the 2 drops that you can get from Liquid Flame are either a fire bow or a fire scroll. So we sell that respective item and then buy mithril knives, fire rods, ice rods. You know what we're going to do with them. We also get a kunai, which is a dagger. So you're going to see different daggers get equipped for the rest of the run on certain classes. And then we get the white magic life, which of course it means that we don't have to worry about Phoenix Downs when we're outside of battles. We also want to make sure our movement's very crisp, so we're not getting extra encounter tiles, and then a couple of half steps, a couple of pauses, and then we're into the ancient library. So first area doesn't increment steps, the rest of the area does. So we've got a couple of things going on here. The way the area works is that you want to talk to the bookcases and then talk to the empty squares and the walls and things, and that allows them to move. That's the terminology that I use. Like, I'm known for saying, like, talk to book, talk to bouquet, talk to flowers. It doesn't make sense, but there's probably some sort of activation switch on them. Really important that we go up the stairs here and not into the door, otherwise, well, we'll lose steps because we're going into the wrong area. So next fight coming up is the Ifrit fight. First thing we want to do is wait for it to take an action, react to whatever happens, throw 2 ice rods, and then rearrange our inventory to set us up. So for this one, we want to have our fire rods at the top of our menu, because we're going to be using them against the next boss, and then some other healing things just to have things neat and organized for later on.
Hit another Phoenix down. Oh. Yeah, it looks like bodcap already has all the good stuff in all the good places with the menu arrangements.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Ifrit just like, pretty much any other boss at this point. He's weak to ice, obviously, so like 2 ice rods will just do the job either way.
Yeah, that's the standard at this point. So again, Waves is going to be escaping the prison. You'll see him go back a screen, talk to the urn, grab the chest, and fight the boss. And then Artis is doing Kraken 2 now.
Kraken 2, yes. After this fight, there's only 4 more encounters for the rest of the run. 2 of them bosses, 2 random encounters. Kraken 2 is easy if he never attacks the monk. If he attacks the monk, it's time to reset. That's pretty much how simple the fight is. Just don't get hit. And there
Nice.
we go. Yeah, most of these refights are just buff, 2 attacks dead.
That's
Real
ever
simple.
since after the age of the Game Boy. That's what FF1 became.
Yeah.
So bodcaps went back into the area previously where I said not to go into. You can't actually advance that without having defeated Ifrit. He comes along with you in some sort of spectral guise and allows you to go through different areas. So you do that. We also got another Phoenix down, which is huge. So that's just rooted into the run as part of the steps. And then we're on to our next boss. So this is Bibloss. So this one again, weak to fire, whereas Ifrit, as Magus had said, weak to ice. And then again, few menus here and there if we need to, during the death animation and stuff like that. One thing that you will see at certain points is runners will wait for multiple characters' ATBs to fill. So that's the gauge in the bottom right in battles. So it's white when it's not full and it turns yellow when it is full. So sometimes you'll want to have multiple characters with it full because you can go into a sub menu, like the item menu or the throw menu, and that will pause everyone's ATB from advancing. So right now you can see that the animation for Bibloss, so he flashes white and then starts to dissolve. If you didn't have your ATB already filled, you wouldn't be able to go into the menu and rearrange it before actually doing things there. So you wouldn't be able to do that menu. So you'd either do it in another fight or actually going into the menu after. So first tube of the game, really, really cool thing going on. So because we're on perfect steps, we're going to run forward, do a couple of extra steps, and then we'll get an encounter with page 128. So we have Kunai on Faris, Lena goes to White Mage, heals everyone up, and then we've got just Thief City is what we're doing. So we want to put the Mithril Dagger in the offhand. That gives us an empty slot. And then we can throw that with the ninja class. And then we're going to steal. We want to steal an ether from page 128. So we have 3 thieves who can do that. So we're just going to spam steal until it happens.
Who can do that, you say? I don't know about that.
And on Chocobo's side, we are approximately 2 minutes from the end. Chaos RNG depending. After this random encounter, it's just chaos.
I've just checked to make sure Zero is in the runner hideout because I've not been checking any of the channels. He is there. He's good to go. So once we steal the ether, that goes into our glitched inventory slot, and then we use that ether on Faris, and then that will underflow it. So as we all know, when you've got one of something, and then you equip it or use it or whatever, and then remove it, 1 from 0 equals 255. It's basic maths. Don't forget to use the item on Faris, because there's another dupe we do later on where you don't need to use the item. So if you forget to do that, you just get an ether. So that's sad panda for you.
Alright, so Team Choco's starting chaos, and if everything goes well, could be 90 seconds or less until chaos is dead, but the fight could also go quite poorly.
Starting off with giant tonics, getting his HP as high as possible, then haste and tempers, and a couple speed tonics, and then hopefully some punching.
Now we saw one melee attack onto the petrified fighter. We want to see more of those. He has about a 40% chance to melee and 50% chance to target the fighter. So that's what we really want to see. We don't want to see flares.
We don't want to see flare.
Could be a death right here, unless we get good turn order or that.
Nice.
For that, very good.
So we're still in it. Just having the monk alive is perfectly fine here. All we need to do is buff up a few more times and attack 5-ish times. Actually, probably 6 times because we don't have any speed drinks.
Very lucky. Very nice. Good RNG. Oh, doing a little self-speed drink. Hopefully that pays off.
I'm not sure. I don't think they have another recovery item, so they're going to have to get real lucky here.
There's
Which
one.
could happen. Possibly 2 more swings
Two.
would be time. So get ready. Could happen.
3.
One more punch. Do we survive?
No.
So close.
I went for it.
Oh, wow.
Really close. So there was a very important fight that happened for bodcap. Hopefully we'll be able to cover it when waves hits there. I mean, worst case scenario, we can just do a full chill commentary of Zero's run, which will be no problem at all. So basically, he's just traveled the world map and gone back into Karnak. So this time we meet up with Mid, who we find in the ancient city, ancient cavern, whatever you call it. And then, so Sid and Mid are reunited, and it's like, oh, what are we going to do? Oh, we're going to go to present, is what we're going to do. So they're going to sort out the boat for us, which is going to allow us to go for a ride. So Waves has finished Ifrit. He's now on Bibloss. And then we should be good for another little bit for Chaos round 2.
Yeah, Chaos already started off with a haste on himself, which is one of the worst things you can see. Because if he punches the monk now, it does 800 damage compared to 400 something. So we just have to really hope that the fighter tanks all physical attacks. And he can actually haste himself multiple times. It doesn't stack. It just wastes his turn.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about seeing haste the first time is hopefully he does it a second time and wastes a turn.
Alright, need to heal. This is risky not healing here.
Yeah, with haste stop, it just made sense to try it.
That makes sense, yeah. And only 2 recovery items.
Well, I've got
So
an
you-
elixir at the bottom of my pool.
Oh, okay.
So Waves is just doing the dupe fight now, page 128. Let's see how that goes. Bodcap once again, just having a nap in a boat, classic Final Fantasy V stuff. And then once he gets up, it'll just be a ride to Crescent. So one thing that's interesting about like the map location is there's like one giant area of no encounters. So you want to make sure you're just lining up your movement, make sure you pause on the right tile so you don't get any extra encounters, or in this case, any encounters in the world map. Travel down, get a lineup with a shrine, go to the right, and then there's a little claw which we'll be able to line up with, which will take us into the town of Crescent. And then we're just going to get out of there as quickly as possible and then go to the town of Lix.
It looked pretty sketchy for Chaos round 3, but it's actually looking okay now. Just one early tsunami can be pretty scary, but if he just punches a statue a bunch of times in a row afterwards, it's perfectly fine. Because you want those black mages to get as many buffs up as you can as quickly as possible. So far, this is actually a pretty good start. Not much damage, the buffs are pretty much done with the recovery items ready.
I misturned there.
It worked out. And now just punch to win.
Punch away.
Double haste.
Oh,
And all the damage is reset.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Chaos isn't having it.
mm,
Okay.
That's half health. Barely
all
up,
good
but
calling
still
that
alive.
elixir.
Alright, close to time. So get ready,
Just
0.
don't get punched.
time.
And
GG.
Nice.
time.
GG.
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 Pretty good FF1 runs overall. They were all like low 2 hours, which is not bad. I think they were all underestimates, so GG's to the FF1 runners and enjoy the end 5 runners.
Yes, thank you for
Awesome.
commentating. It was good fun.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I guess. Does anyone else want to do some closing words?
Well, it's my first relay run. I've watched it every year, and great to be a part of it. Staff, management, commentators, the runners. It's been an amazing event, so thanks, guys.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much, Shane, Buffalax, and all of the runners for Final Fantasy 1. Obviously, this is we're now kicking into high gear for the finale of the event. I think it could be kind of hard to believe that this is like the 9th one or whatever. It's been around for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know, I miss the olden days when the problem is the olden days is when we weren't as good as we are now. And the games didn't have the skips that they did.
Oh yeah.
So, intense start for Zero with a 4.5 minute mandatory unskippable cutscene. So just quickly to tip on the thing, we'll have to do it whenever Zero hits that fight, but there was a world map encounter we intentionally take with the enemy Eagle, and we have the mediator role with Lena. So we damage enough. I think you have to do is at 3/4 of their health, and then you can catch that enemy. And then when you release the enemy, it will have a particular status. So it might be a spell or an effect. It can do status effects as well and things like that. So we will be using that Eagle, which is why we kept the broadsword, but we can talk about that in detail later on. So now bodcap's got out of Crescent. Waves is going to be doing the Crescent Wild Ride imminently. So bodcap's just caught Black Chocobo in the forest. And what do we get? Oh, cool. It's more crystals, more jobs. We love it. Bard and Hunter, huge. What about the other two? Will we ever get those? Maybe one day. So now that he's got the Black Chocobo, as a standard from the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, Black Chocobo flies. So we'll be able to make our way to the town of Lix, and we're going to do some shopping there. So again, just using different points of the map as references so we know where to go. It's diagonally down into the left. It's right at the bottom of the map. Waves is just going through the flashback. We find out that before us there were 4 previous Warriors of Light, of which King Tycoon was one, the Wolf was one, and then 2 other guys. One of them is pretty cool. I hope we get to speak to him later in the game. So now bodcap's going to do a menu. So we'll be selling the Protect Tonic we got from a drop or an enemy. The 255 ethers. You can get rid of all the potions. As well. Then important things, we want to buy Thunder Scrolls. So you get 41. When you press up in the item menu, you go up in increments of 10. So you could go for a specific number, but 41's fast. 1 Water Scroll for the desert later. 5 Shurikens for 2 boss fights. Well, 1 boss fight and 1 normal fight. 11 Kunai, and then we go to the other store to get 3 Green Berets and 2 Stealth Robes. Back in the day, we used to buy 3 Stealth Robes, but we now pick 1 up just before we go to the... Well, I can't remember if it's a Frit or Bibloss, but it's in that area anyway.
Yep. Bibloss. It's in the library.
Yeah, so now bodcap's going to just do a little quick pit stop beside the waterfall in the forest, and he's going to do mini dragon grind. So this is like a really great place. If you're on step, everything's looking great, grand, and wonderful. If you're off step route at this point, yeah, just run around the forest and tell me who you see, because it definitely won't be mini dragons, that's for sure. So simple enough fight. We want to make sure that we've got ninjas on everyone. That will allow us to throw thunder scrolls. We also put black magic in the secondary slots for Galuf and Bartz. So we do 3 mini dragon fights here, which is awesome. All we want to make sure is that we get level 13. That's the big factor. You also get AP from these fights. It's not as important. If you weren't fighting mini dragons, you would probably be fighting black scrolls instead. Same process, just throw thunder scrolls, and then just keep a track of your experience and make sure you're 13 and good to go.
Yeah, mini dragons are by far the best XP source, but they are a rare encounter. So if you are not on steps, you will possibly not ever see mini dragons here. Which is why it's very important that you are on steps, as Metako mentioned. And the reason we equip the black magic in the secondary slot is that it does boost our magic stats. So when you equip a job, it boosts or even lowers certain stats of your characters, which at times can be detrimental because Ninja, doesn't have a lot of magic power, but their scrolls, they do scale with magic power, and if we just put black magic in there, it will boost the magic stat, and in return, we do get more damage from the scrolls, which is very, very handy.
Awesome. So that's an interesting tile to stop on bodcap. So he's supposed to park one tile to the right, so we did a half step there to not increment the steps, and then carrying on. It's good to keep an eye out for. So again, we're back in the ancient library. Bit of chit chat with Sid and Mid, and then we find out that our next destination we're going to is the desert. So Zero's just gone into the first area, so he's again doing that flashback with, oh, who's this guy? Galuf, old man, don't know anything, memory lost. Waves have just gone into Crescent, so spoilers, you walk into it and immediately blows up. I think you're pretty used to that at this point in the game, so it's one of two things is going to happen. So now we're just carrying on. A couple of half steps, do a menu, so we get escape on the Faris, so that will allow us to immediately get out of fights. Running in Final Fantasy V is pretty okay. So I think as far as the escape rates go, 6 is the best for Super Nintendo. This is 5 is pretty good. 6 is okay. Unless I said
there's very few encounters in 5 that are very hard to run away from. But if they are very hard to run away from. Fortunately, you do have, like you mentioned, the escape ability, which will make you run away immediately if you have that equipped, which is very great.
Yeah, so when we get to the end of the game, when the enemies are a much higher level than our characters are, it makes a huge impact to be able to use escape, and then later on it's hide, I think, is what allows you to escape from random encounters.
If all of your characters are hiding, then you automatically run away, which is actually something you don't want to do, really, but it's a possibility.
Cool. Because I'm thinking in the final dungeon when it's just Faris, I'm pretty sure hide's all you use.
Yeah, if the other 3 are dead and you hide, you will just run away.
Cool. So this is what we got, the first instance of what we got our shurikens for. So bodcap's just gonna throw that. The sandworm does the whole, I guess it's 3-card money. It can appear in different ones. If you do throw the shuriken into an empty hole, it will still throw. It'll just miss. This is another thing that's I guess unique maybe to Final Fantasy V, where even if an enemy or all the enemies are dead and you queue up a throw item before the battle finishes, you'll lose it from your inventory. It will still go off. So it doesn't have to actually confirm on anything for you to lose it. So don't accidentally throw things when you shouldn't. Quicksand mechanics, really, really cool in the game. So there are just some normal sand areas, and then you can see there are I guess waterfalls of sand. So you want to do specific movement here so that we get the least amount of steps possible, get our encounters in the right place. This is where we use the water scroll that we got earlier. What will happen is if you go on the wrong tile, sometimes you'll loop back into an area that you've already been to. So it's just knowing where all the movement has to be. This is where the encounter tile that I'd mentioned earlier is. So it's 2 to the left and 2 up from the town here. So it's really important you go directly down, hugging the mountain there. And then we've got a little flashback game with King Tycoon here. I don't really get why the triggers are where they are, but you just run up to the stairs, run to the left, and then you have another little flashback or cutscene with him, and then you just carry on up the stairs as you were.
Yeah, there's actually one more here that you are supposed to do, but you don't have to. There's one on the right
Incredible.
as well that you should do in quotation marks, but you don't have to because he will already be up the stairs after you've done the first one.
Cool. I love story trigger stuff. That's very interesting. All right, so we've fallen into a dungeon. Another common thing that happens quite a lot. So we're just gonna leave that area. Waves is doing his mini dragon grind, and Zero Scar is gonna be heading his way up to the pirate cave. Oh, Waves has done some interesting parking. So technically, it doesn't matter where you land in the forest as long as you're on a forest tile whenever you get the encounter for the 3 mini dragons. So most people will just fly directly left of Lix, and then they'll just go up and down on the first forest tiles. But cool to see Waves is pulling something different. I imagine this will be a lineup for the ancient or whatever town, city of the ancients, building of the ancients. I can't remember anything. I'm horrible at this. The ancient building. Anyway, that place. Oh
So
dear.
The reason, by the way, why we level, which is a very interesting aspect of FF5. So your stats are kind of set in stone mostly. Like you can equip secondary abilities to like get to a certain job level stat and whatnot, like for black magic to get higher magic stat, for instance. But it's mostly set. We have some items, and that's also the big reason why we bought a lot of like kunais and stuff. They do raise speed and all that good stuff. But the one and the most important thing about FF5 is your level. Because based on your level, almost anything like becomes more powerful. Like almost anything in the game has level as some sort of value in their like in their formula for calculating damage. This is the only grind we do though, because we will have a way later on to artificially raise our level, which you will see what happens if you get to very high level. Like it's pretty good. But yeah, this is basically the only real grind we have. We do take some encounters here and there for ability points and maybe a little bit of XP, but for the most part we're done after these mini dragons, and then because they give us a certain multiplier threshold with that level, basically. But yeah, later on when we get the job chemist, we will have a way to artificially raise our levels, and it's gonna be pretty much like the main way for us to do damage on things.
Absolutely. Okay, so bodcap, once he leaves the Lonka Ruins area here, then we'll be having a little underground airship thing. So we've got the steamship here, and then for the first time, Sid's like, wait a minute, we can do cool things. So you'll be able to actually fly. So we'll be turning into an airship rather than just having a boat. Waves is now going to be tackling the sandworm fight. So again, just throwing shurikens at it. And then Zero Scar is going to be making his way up to the Wind Shrine. So slow positioning from the sandworm on the far left.
The Samurai Trap used to be using water scrolls, by the way, but if you use water scrolls, you will get 2 counter attacks from the holes you hit at the same time, which is not ideal. Which is why, since we now have a way to dupe the money with the ethers, or get some money with ether dupe, we use shurikens because they just like single target.
Alright, so we're gonna fly up into the skies, and then it's time to fight another Carla boss, but this one's slightly less watery, slightly more flyy. Same idea though, this time instead of using the Thunder Spell, we're gonna be throwing Thunder Scrolls.
Yeah, the gimmick to this guy is basically a super high physical defense, but that doesn't really help him when we have magical stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him, really.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, he seemed confident coming into the fight. Because I've got them this time. But yeah, so scrolls are going to be doing a lot of work for the throw damage. We do use another rod, I think one more time in the run, just to finish off the HP for one more boss. But that's going to be it for a while, and then as Magus has alluded to, money will solve our problems in the not too distant future.
Money is very strong.
Big fan. So now we've got, it's kind of like, I guess, the equivalent of fetch questing in Final Fantasy V. So the first thing bodcap's going to do is go to the ruins meteor. So we just took it right to the town, go up here, and then we get mandatory cutscene to go through. So back around Crescent, and then once the cutscene's done, we're going to head back to the platform, and then do a catch-up, and then we'll go to the next meteor. We've got some sort of mechanical abomination has risen from the ground. Again, the thing that happens a number of times in Final Fantasy V, where sometimes the earth will disappear into the water, and sometimes the things will just come out of the land. There's a very clean land from bodcap. You might think that it's very easy to fly in the correct place and land and things, but let me tell you, the Super Nintendo is incredibly unforgiving when it comes to airship movement. There's a reason why the 4, 5, 6 races that sometimes happen on RPG Limit Break have a little, it's like a handicap for airship landing. So for 4, 5, and 6, every time you miss land by a tile or whatever, you get a time penalty. So now we've got the Books of Wonder. We can now fly even higher. And now we'll be heading our way up to Tycoon Meteor. And we've got another fight for bodcap coming up. So it's just slightly up and to the left. And then again, we want to run through because we've got the thief job. If we did the menu for Faris earlier, we would be moving at a normal speed. So again, just that optimization of knowing the absolute last moment when, if you need to remove your thief job, when you're going to do it. So we'll grab the crystal. Very powerful, very important. And then Faris will be changing to a red mage, get the black magic on for the secondary slot, and then equipping an ice rod. So this is our fight where we're going to just finish off our boss. So we've got Adam and Timmy. And it will just be throw thunder scrolls, throw an ice rod, job's good, and we're done. So Zero's on the first boss now with Wing Raptor. So again, just spamming fight with the characters, equipping the broadsword onto Galoof, and then fight will be done from there. Waves is just making his way through the Lonka segment, so Sid mid in the forest of the Black Chocobo. They fall through the ground, and then they'll crack on through. So very consistent Adam and Timmy fight. Nothing's going to go wrong, won't get a turn off. If you aren't a high enough level, then you won't do enough damage, and you will die to Adam and Timmy, and your run will be over. Yep. So that's pretty much like the first wall of, if you didn't do your leveling correctly, in the mini dragon area, you would know now. So we've got the thief roll back onto Faris for quick movement, back to Crescent platform, and now we've got the gem. We'll be able to rise to the ruins and do some real cool mechanical stuff. Big fan of the music at the Lonka ruins. It's got some Magitech factory vibes to it.
It's a prototype, basically.
Yeah, it was really good of Uematsu to sample some ideas to the beta release of the soundtrack before 6 came out. So yeah, if you squint hard enough, you might think the bodcap and waves are actually at exactly the same part in the game right now. Alright, so Zero's getting his first set of jobs. Again, big thing will be getting the blue mages on so that he can get the Goblin Punch ability, and then the Thief to be able to run. Cragclaw for waves, just chucking Thunder Scrolls all day long. No problem whatsoever there. And then through the power of reading, shout out to the education, we'll be able to fly high. So bodcap will be heading up. And then we'll see the battle cannons and the soul cannon. So, as with any good airship, you want to attack it from the sides first and then hit the middle. Similar to Sin in FF10, you want to hit the arms before you hit the face. So we get speed drinks from 2 of these fights, and we get protect drinks from 2 of the other fights. I'm thinking I think it's the protect drink that's really, really important. Or the speed drink. Speed drinks are actually, no, that's all really important. In case we get slowed later on, but I was thinking of like the HP thing for the Titan fight.
Yeah, protect is just for literally protect. That's all it does.
Yeah. So again, fortunately, because it's heavy machinery, we can just spam Thunder Scrolls, job's good, and then we get a little bit of a scene, and then I guess technically another boss fight with Soul Cannon, which again will just be Thunder Scrolls.
Yeah, this section can be rough if you have random jobs, because if you cannot use Thunder Scrolls, these are not that easy, and they are also pretty fast. Since we're ninjas, we have speed gear on, we don't really notice it. Our turn is always first, but like if you have other jobs here and can't use like ninja or something, then well, you might notice that these things are actually kind of tough.
Yeah, stealth robes are putting in work.
Yeah, so Soul Cannon is kind of a gimmick boss fight. It has 2 launchers attached to it, which will shoot rockets if they get a turn, which they here won't, of course, but like they would ult you, which ult is a very nasty status effect that lowers your level. And as I've said before, levels basically determine everything in this game, so you definitely do not want to get hit by that. They die to like literally 2 Thunder Scrolls, or even 1, I guess. And yeah, Soul Cannon charges up a laser, which takes a couple of turns for him to do that, which will eventually, if it were to get a turn, it would use Wave Cannon, which does half of your max HP in damage and inflicts HP zap. And he will, if you let him live long enough, he will like keep repeating that faster and faster until you basically have just 1 turn in between him firing laser beams, and then he will slowly but surely die. But yeah, fortunately, he does have effective 12,500 HP. Like, his actual HP pool is 22,500, but once he falls below 10k, he will just self-explode. I don't know why they did that way, but that is what happens.
It's just adding to the deep lore of how the machinery is programmed in the game. Although I've no idea who created the cannon. Alright, so bodcap's now in the Longer Ruins proper. A couple of encounters, so some of them will be taken down with Thunder Scrolls, others will be taken down with Shuriken. You'll also see, now, this is where the hidden tiles are. So I'm not sure which job or class like actually displays that. I'm going to guess it's probably the Thief or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can actually see where all the hidden tiles are. If you don't have that, then you would have to figure it out yourself, and then hope for the best. So first one we take down with the Thunder Scrolls, and then we'll have a Lamia in a couple of rooms, which we'll take down with the Shuriken, and that's all the experience that we'll need to be gathering in AP. We'll need to be gathering in this particular area, and then upcoming is the hardest boss in the game, depending on how you go about it. There is a save room on, I think it's the 5th floor here, but it's like super out of the way. So if you're off step count, then there's no reason not to go for it if you're worried about the boss fight A-Ravis here. But if you know what you're doing, then you shouldn't have any problems whatsoever. I've definitely forgotten to do the menu before, at least once before.
Yeah, that's not good.
Makes the fight slightly. I mean, it might be winnable. Definitely not on the run, but I was like, oh, I don't know how to do this fight, because I don't think I'd ever done it the normal way before.
It's very rough with what you have, honestly. It's probably doable if you get lucky, but it would be rough.
Yeah. So you're probably going to do a lot better of a job of explaining how A-Ravis works, because I know it's got more than one phase, but I get the feeling like it's only got 2, but then I've heard 5 or something, so I'm not the one to talk about the fight.
Yeah, so A-Ravis does actually have 5 phases. The first phase starts out with 1600 HP, and once you deplete that HP pool, it is supposed to switch into the next phase. Which we are, of course, like, trying to circumvent here, because, we don't like a lot of phases in a long fight. So, as you've noticed, the Shuriken and Thunder Scroll will do about 1500 damage. And then we use the Eagle we captured earlier, because that thing inflicts HP zap, which you can actually use on A-Ravis, because, And a little bit more extra damage from Ferris if you had quote-unquote bad damage rolls, and then if the HP Zap takes out A-Ravis form, that was just the first form right there, it would just let the boss die immediately, because it circumvents the script that would actually send him into phase 2. Now what's supposed to happen, like A-Ravis starts out very weak to magic, like with his magic defense is very low, and his physical defense is very high, and the further you get into the fight, he switches weaknesses, and he also switches from being vulnerable to magic to being vulnerable to physical attacks, which culminates in the last form, which like can't even get hit by magic, but you would have to do it with physical attacks. So yeah, if you are not prepared for that fight in a speedrun setting, it would be really tough to go through all the forms and then have the physical firepower at the very end to actually get through that.
Yeah, that would be pretty rough. So the only thing that we really want to concern ourselves with in the speedrun is doing less than 1500 damage. With the sap being cast. If the combined damage of the Shuriken and Lightning Scroll is 1500 or more, and you throw the fire, then you could throw it into the second
manually.
phase.
Yeah, and then it's over basically.
So I mean, if you want to be really safe, just don't cast fire. And then you just have to wait out turns. But there is a chance, like A-Ravis does a lot of damage. So it's unlikely you'll get taken out, but the thing is more likely is your characters will get KO'd and you'll have to res and stuff like that afterwards. So it's not massively taxing maths. You know, it's typically somewhere between 740 and 800 between the Shuriken and the Lightning Scroll. So good way of practicing your basic addition.
Mm-hmm.
So Wave's now taking down Soul Cannon. Zero Scar getting comfy with the beginning party of Faris and Lena. And we'll be tackling I was about to say Train Graveyard, but that's Final Fantasy VII. Wrong game. And we've got some more Meteor stuff for bodcap. So now that we've done longer runes and we've checked out a few other ones, the next one we're going to be going to is Tycoon Meteor. I guess this is like, it's not a boss rush, but it's like a mandatory encounter little rush here. It's a nice little bit of a segment here. So the first one we'll be going to is Tycoon Meteor. We'll have a little menu. So we'll have Chemist on Barks, which is really, really important because one of the abilities that you'll learn with the Chemist is Combine, or Mix if you're playing a modern version, I guess. And that's just busted, completely busted. Carries you through the entire mid to end game. Looks like Wave's got an encounter a tile earlier than he was supposed to, so I think everything was fine for him stepwise, but he's now, I think he's off step by 1, so his encounters will be a little bit different than expected. For example, now he's on World Demons instead of the World Knights, I think it is, that you would normally fight here. So not the end of the world by any means, should only affect him by a couple of minutes, and he'll be able to crack on as normal.
I want to see when you want him to catch up though.
No, because I genuinely believe he was catching up. Like,
yeah, he was.
It was going well, but bodcap can throw. Bodcap did land the airship one tile early and did the half step to compensate. Maybe he'll forget when he gets on the airship. I mean, it won't matter. He's already on the airship. Like, you don't collect it from the ancient runes or whatever at that point against. But he could flub his steps. It happens. In fact, sometimes when it gets to the final area of the void, if I'm not on step, it's just such a relief because there's so many steps in that area that you have to do. Just running through it feels so much more relaxing.
So Waves can actually still recover the route, quote unquote, if he wants to. It's just his formations are just going to be different now, I'm pretty sure, because he got that extra encounter. But there is definitely a way for him to get back on the step route. I'm not sure if he wants to though, because you do want a very specific encounter later on, which I'm like, I don't know where that is.
So the dragon encounters are pretty common to be able to capture them, the magic dragons, and then the blue dragon, you can get it on multiple screens.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm off at that point, I'll either farm the blue dragon on the screen that you would normally get it, or I think it's the screen after the save. You can farm it there where Gilgamesh's chest is.
Well, there's apparently a backup if you're 1 off, so we should be fine. GSX Odin.
Be all good. So Waves is now coming up on A-Ravis. Carlobos down for 0 scar, just spamming lightning with his black mages there, and then Bodcap's getting out of the Lunka ruins. So throw a Thunder Scroll, throw the Shuriken. 684 is a low roll. I mean, with the 684, you know you're going to be using fire anyway.
Oh yeah. This is low for sure. Yeah, HP Zap does about 80 damage, by the way, ish. And after that it stops. So you want to be, as Metako mentioned earlier, you don't want to be like right on the 15-20 and then like try casting fire, because that might mean you are going to push it.
Yeah, there it is. Nice. And the fact that no one died, like Bart's definitely could have tanked in that fight. And there are a couple of fights where I wouldn't say the healing before is optional. I think most of that's pretty taken care of in the actual routing now, rather than doing safety heals. And then there's some fights where it doesn't matter if someone dies, and there are others where it's really, really important that you have certain ones alive. So all good there. Zero's going to be heading into the Grave Shipyard, and he'll just trek through there, pick up a couple of items, and he's got a boss fight at the end of that after doing his menuing. And then Bodcap should be imminently heading towards Tycoon Meteor. So we're going to see our first instance of the Samurai job class here. So both Len and Faris are going to be put into that. And then there's a really cool thing. So the first fight we'll be doing is with Purabolos, which are just bombs. And if you Guild Toss and they all die at the same time, then they suicide. And then we can just do a setup for it. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about Best Girl as well. So Kara's now come on screen for Waves. I think this is one of the only games I can think of in the Final Fantasy series where you have a character, and then when they get switched out for someone else, like their stats go to the new person, or they basically take over like who the person was before. I know in FF9 you get some like where you've got well, I guess it's kind of like an NPC, but they help in battles, and then you get a real player character later on who has the stats from that character previously.
The set growth,
I
yeah.
don't think it happens in any of the others.
Yeah, not that I can think of from the top of my head, but I'm sure chat will let us know if there is anything like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So now Galoof's got his memory back. I think Kara is Galoof's granddaughter. And he's just like, oh no, it's really dangerous. You should go back to that place where we're from that we'll find out about pretty soon. I hear Galoof's got a really nice house.
I don't think Laguna counts. I'm not sure, but like, I don't think that game counts to begin with. But you know,
Wow.
like, what are stats in that game? Like,
that's fair actually. That's a great shout. Yeah, the 1-for-1. So Laguna and Squall definitely have a 1-for-1 switch out, but then you choose which character gets paired to Kairos and Ward. I don't know. Anyway, so now we're in Tycoon. So the first thing we're gonna, as again, the job Samurai, Chemist for Bartz, and Samurai for Faris Lena. We've got our crystal that we picked up earlier before Adam and Timmy. And then the meteors are gonna do some pretty crazy teleportation stuff in the not too distant future. So, King Tycoon sacrificing himself for the greater good. For Waves. And here we go. So we're now at Waltz. Meteor for Bodcap. And we can see our first Guild Toss fight. So we go here, Sid and Min are the first two people, and we go in, and then they have a little look inside the Meteor. And they're like, oh my gosh, there are things here. It's all dangerous. So we have to save the day. And that becomes the running theme. So fire skill toss. And then during the death animation, we have drink set to giant drink. So again, that's just some menuing that will help for a fight that's coming up really, really soon. And there it is. Jobs are good for Waltz Meteor. So Zero's coming up to the Siren fight. So again, he's got his blue mages with Goblin Punch doing that times 8 damage. Usually don't have to worry about rezzing anyone, so should be fine from there. So park in a specific tile. Back to the ruins. So this is Gone Meteor. And then we're just going to wait. And then surely Sid and Mid will come out to tell us there are monsters. But they don't, so we're like, well, okay, I hope they're okay. Let's go and check out. So we go in and see if they're all right. Chimera Brain used to be a really scary fight in the run because you used to dupe Dragon Fang item from it. But if you didn't get the steal, then your run was done. I actually don't know what strats we used between here and getting the Dragon Fang that we do now. But yeah, that was another one. And then also, your health was lower for some reason. I seem to recall if you got hit with Aqua Rake, all your party could just die.
Yeah, you were probably lower level at that point in the road, because like we do take a lot more fights in between now, and it used to be too many dragons, now it's 3. So I assume it was like level 12, now it's 14. I want to say.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So here we want to make sure we heal Bart's because the next fight we've got against Titan. Titan's got a desperation attack, so when you take it down to 0 hit points, it will do a counter. So we're going to take its health down with 2 gill tosses. Like, even now, just base gill toss with the money we have. Good damage. Easy peasy. And then the giant strength that we've got our cursor set to with Bart's will double our hit points. And that will allow us to be able to survive. So this looks like a pretty nice Siren fight. So silencing Faris and then used Scan. No problem there. And here's Titan for bodcap. Hold X to win. Or A, I guess. And then Earthshake. Faris and then a die. Bart stays alive. Easy win. So we're now just over the halfway mark for bodcap. So I guess early on when I was learning the run, like Titan was about the halfway is what I would gauge it at, but it's I'm trying to think. I think it's after the halfway mark now.
About half, yeah.
Yeah. So Zero Scar is going to pick up the ice rod here, Carwin, and then make his way on through. Bodcap's going to be doing really cool TP stuff. So this island's very, very important. So we've got a warp now. So we go through there, and it's going to take us to World 2. So, Final Fantasy V, I think the first game that introduces multiple worlds. Like in Final Fantasy IV, you do travel to space and you do travel into a volcano, which is pretty extreme, but Final Fantasy V actually genuinely introduces 3 separate worlds. So, World 1 and 2 are distinct from each other, and then World 3 is a mixture of Worlds 1 and 2. So we end up landing on an island, and then the game like helps you along here. So you can get random encounters and you can kill them, but you don't advance the game in any way from doing that. So then what it will do eventually is there'll be some sort of hint about, oh, you should go to sleep, or you should use a tent, or something like that. But that's all you have to do. The story trigger to advance the game is use a tent, and then that will have an enemy appear that we really want.
Yeah, the only enemy that appears on this island does always drop a tent, and that is your hint to like, hey, maybe you should use this.
So we get a fight with an abductor. Oh, we also get split up from the party because everyone gets kidnapped. Scary times. It's a very luxurious tent, this, where we're able to fit part of the forest inside as well.
See preparations
So we-
being made in chat. Very good, very good.
Yes, the most vital of chat messages. So we wait for the abductor to hit us and then attack ourselves. That will end the fight the quickest. There are a couple of fights where you'll actually attack yourself, either to get to 0 hit points to advance the story where you don't game over, or another very quirky mechanic with a particular armor that we're going to have with 0 health later on. So we get arrested here, and then we finally get introduced to the big bad of the video game. So this is X Death, and then some dragon monster thing, because obviously dragons can speak English in the civilized world. And then foreshadowing for probably the best cinematic moment in gaming history. So this is a pretty interesting thing where, like, for whatever reason, Kara's got some sort of, like, foresight and is like, oh, I can tell that my friends are in danger. I better go find and save them. And there you go. Everyone's favorite. I actually don't... Do you know why people call Gilgamesh Greg? Like, where did that come from?
I do know, but I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, cool. Alright, so Waves is doing Come Here Brain Fight. Simple enough. 2 Guild Toss and win. Galoof's going to come and save bodcap now. See spoilers in chat. Alright, so for whatever reason, everyone's gear is kept in a chest like right away. And I also have no idea how Galoof's able to airdrop in the Gilgamesh Tower or whatever. I have no idea how this works in any way, but it does. So you put the thief job on again, just allows the dash, and then we're just going to run through the prison. So first 2 floors don't register steps. Love to see it. We get 1 encounter here, and we're just going to run away from that. And then really, really important, 1 tile before the, I guess, cutscene trigger, we want to put the Samurai onto Galoof and optimize, because, as we know now, Guild Toss is going to be our savior for the rest of the game, pretty much.
This Gilgamesh actually you need to do 1500 damage, and there's multiple ways to do this actually, but like Samurai is just the fastest we have. He would also be vulnerable to stuff like Demi and whatnot, but we don't have that, so we kind of have to go with the Guild Toss.
Alright, so Titan down for Waves. So he'll be heading to World 2 imminently. Bodcap's just going to escape the tower. Zero's leaving Waltz Tower and he'll be heading up to the... Oh no, he's leaving the town of Waltz, or the Waltz Castle, and he'll be moving up to Waltz Tower. And he'll be doing... Again, the steel there. I want to get the Mithril Rod so we can do the Galura fight. Alright, so I guess that moment is coming. Battle on the big bridge. Nice Mithril Sword Steel. So movement's really important on the bridge. There are a number of spike tiles where you can get forced encounters with little chariots. So we do want to fight 1 and Guild Toss. It's very, very important. It's also very important that you don't do the menu that you do in the chamber before the Gilgamesh fight here. Before that, because then you don't learn Combine, and then you get into the fight against Gilgamesh where you're supposed to use Combine, and you can't do it. So that's a mistake I've made a lot. Alright, so 4 samurais, it's basically Gilgamesh City. So if anyone's got less than 343 hit points, heal up, and then for the second round, he's going to counterattack. It's a very strong chance that he will kill whoever's being countered. So this just guarantees that we get enough guild tosses to win. Do a little bit of menuing. So Phoenix Downs and High Potions at the top, good. Dark Matter is going to be important. Mithril Dagger as well.
So once you do 4,000 damage to this guy, he will start a script where he like protect shell and haste himself, which is very nasty. But yeah, if you set it up like Metako said, if you set up the ATB in a way where you can just immediately kill him, it doesn't really make a difference. This fight doesn't give experience or ability points, so it doesn't matter if somebody's dead at the end of it.
I think there are 2 fights that we want to specifically manipulate HP ranges so that we don't get any either nasty counterattacks or have to go through an extra round of combat in unfavorable conditions. So, rest of the bridge, bodcap does specific movement. So you'll see it's basically like hook a left and then zigzag to the right and up to make sure you don't get any more extra encounters. Very simple, very consistent stuff. And then we can meet Kara, who is already on the bridge waiting for us. Waves has just been put into prison, so he'll be doing exactly the same thing following this. So Gloof's going to go in and save the day. And then Zero Scar's finished up with Galura, so he's going to get his jobs and then crack on with the game from there. So the game's going to slow down for bodcap at this point. So the high octane battle on the big bridge is going to get a little bit of respite. So he's going to head to Grosiana. So little menu here, so he can res anyone, heal anyone. We'll be getting Bart's onto the chemist job again. Lena back on the thief. We do actually force 1 encounter in the world map here instead of skipping. Easy enough to escape from. And then we'll be entering the town of Rugor. So there we go. Sildra saving the day for the last time. So in Rugor, bodcap's going to go into the item shop, sell Protect Tonics, Thunder Scrolls, don't need those anymore. This is actually the first time we buy high pots in Phoenix Downs, so up until now, technically, running out of Phoenix Downs and high potions could have been quite risky or dangerous. Additionally, we get some items that we're going to be able to use for combining and then also for removing negative status ailments. So we get Maiden's Kiss, so that heals Frog, Eye Drops, which heals Blind, and Antidotes, which heals Poison. And then we get Revivifies from the other merchant, and then we are ready to rock on from there. The mix is really the most important thing. Antidote to get rid of poison status will actually be used for that purpose. So then we'll do a little more walkie walk, and then we'll be heading into Moogle Forest. So once again, as we know that the forests are treacherous and have very, very unreliable flooring, and also underneath every single forest is a cave of some sort. So that's perfectly normal. So I guess we should go in and save our Moogle friend. So at this point, again, we're gonna tackle a couple of encounters. So we get 4 crabs as a pack. Takes 2 guild toss to take those down. We'll do a couple of extra steps here and there, and then we're going to avoid I think it's Moogle Eater is what the other enemy's called, which is kind of like a tentacly, krakeny type beastie. So Waves have just saved the party. They're going to be escaping from Axdeath's Tower. And then I can already see that the audio has been changed to Waves' feed.
I wonder why.
It's very important. Alright, so Zero will be changing his jobs to Black Mages here. There's our Moogle leaders. Scary thing. I guess this time we can probably let Battle in the Big Bridge actually ring out because we've talked about the whole thing. So I guess enjoy. Alright, so a couple of things happened for bodcap at the end of the cave there. So there was a fight against Tyrannosaurus, technically a boss fight. Mandatory undead boss, so all you have to do is throw a phoenix down at it. The mechanics for Final Fantasy V are interesting. It's either hit or miss. So you know when a phoenix down lands because a little cherub will fall down and kill the enemy. And then if it doesn't, then you know that it misses. I don't know if it's a 50-50 or not. Do you? Magus?
Not exactly a 50-50. It does have like a hit value, basically. They actually calculated this before they, or when they practiced for their runs. I'm gonna try to find it, but I think it was like a 62% chance or something to hit the Phoenix down.
Alright. It's not so bad. I also saw like the best message that I saw in chat was instead of just the cactus dance, it was pinned message by moderator Maelstrom. When that's when you've done a copy and paste right. So the other thing that would happen is, so we saved our Moogle friend, and then they showed us the perils of the desert. So we went outside onto the world map, and then it shows us an example of where we should go. So you should just be going around the grass area. But we're fearless warriors, and we know how to half-step and pause and to stop encounters, so you just go the most direct route. It is important that you don't accidentally go onto desert tiles that aren't planned, because you will likely get an encounter from that. Like, that will affect your steps. But fairly straightforward, simple enough to do. Waves making his way to Grosiana, so he'll again be doing that item shop that we'll be using for our chemists later on for the combine. And then bodcap's making his way to Mbal. Now we've got Wolf trying to break into the castle with Zero, so he'll be running out. I think he's got a fight with it's not Abductor, but it looks like Abductor, or I don't even know. my notes are like so far not there. I don't know what anything is, but he's going to be buying so he's escaped prison for the first time, so we're going to be getting fire rods and ice rods that he'll be able to use. Or no, oh my goodness, I'm so bad. Ice rods and thunder rods. So we'll be able to tackle the steamship. So yeah, it'll be Liquid Flame coming up next for Zero Scar. Alright, so the hero is going to take the party to Baal, and then we've got a castle to rock out at. Don't really know how it got lost in the way. Maybe it's just like stretching its wings a little bit to take us where we need to go. Maybe my favorite castle theme. So a couple of encounters for waves, and then it'll be on the Tyrannosaurus fight. The Zero Scourge rocking his way through the steamship. Kara's going to park the car. And we'll just be chilling out in the castle. Find out disaster has struck. And then we find out that Galuf's actually the king. It's like, what happened here? Doesn't strike us as being a very kingly fellow. So we'll see how many tries it takes Waves to get his Phoenix down to land. First try, very nice. After the dialogue with Galuf here, we get the most important piece of magic in the video game. So it's the exit spell. So just hanging on to the left here. It's going to allow us to TP out of dungeons for the rest of the game. And we've just got some story triggers to do, so we chat with the Hiryu, and then we'll be making our way to Kalba. So again, on wave screen, you can see this is the Moogle showing us the safe way. So if you're playing at home, it's very important that you only walk on the grass. I think if there's one thing that life has taught us, that's good for you. Seems really lengthy though. I mean, no, it's too much. It's too many steps. So inefficient. Alright, so Zero got the hand form for Liquid Flame, so he has to do attack on it, so that it will change form again. So someone will die, probably res them, and then be able to take out Tornado form. So Waves going through as much of the grass as he can, optimally. A couple of desert tiles, nothing to worry about here. He'll do a pause 3 steps in. And then he'll be making his way into the forest. So, sadly leaving the castle, no problem, but unfortunately we are met with a little grievance. The Abductors are not done with us yet. So they are going to catch us out, and we'll just, again, fairly simple, just Guild Toss. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then Zero's at the top of the tower. So again, we'll be met by our wolf friend. And then we'll get ejected into the prison once more. So important things that Wave's going to be actually picking up here. In the Moogle room, it's important that you ask for consent. So you talk to the Moogle and he's like, yeah, of course you can have my stuff. So we get 10,000 gil, which is great. And then Dancing Dagger. Daggers are going to be very important. We'll do some dupes with stuff later on. Alright, so get Galuf into the Thief role, Lena into the Samurai role, and then we go to Kelb. Couple of extra steps. And then we find out that our wolf friend is he actually lives here. And he's a friend of Galuf's. So yeah, the flashbacks of the original Warriors of Light. There we go. So we try to leave, and then we get trapped by Kelgar. He's clearly got a lot of key points on his monk. So yeah, it's kind of weird to see Kelgar. It's like, oh, so there's a wolf guy saving the day from the exploding castle on the right, on the shrine, and then oh nope, there's the original Kelgar on the left. So this is like I don't even know how Bartz does this, but he like channels his inner Zen, and he's like, oh yeah, I remember back in the day when my dad taught me how to punch really hard. So yeah, I guess there it is, and he just goes whoop, and that's Kelgar. I guess we'll never see him again. Oh well. So a little peek to see how he is on the top right with 0. I was like, oh no, definitely no one there anymore. No access to the crystals. I guess we're gonna have to zoom out of here a little bit. So again, because the whole place is exploding, you're in permanently dashed state, and then a 10-minute timer. Very generous timer, honestly. So go back, make sure we talk to the urn. HP MP refill, and we're not poisoned anymore. If you do go into the next fight poisoned, you just don't win that fight. I have forgotten to talk to the urn before, and it's not good for you. I think at this I've made every mistake there is like that. I'm really good at finding out the simple mistakes in speedruns.
Well, FF5 is definitely a game where if you like forget something very minor, it can have very, very huge consequences. Like,
well, the other one of my favorites is that we get very particular equipment in the run. And Magissa had said earlier about particular drops, like there's the fire bow, the fire scroll from Liquid Flame, and stuff like that. We do intentionally not pick up certain things. And if you do pick up everything and you don't sell things and you don't know what they do, you can do an optimize menu, have the wrong weapon on, or most commonly have a ring on, and it can change your speed. Because instead of the running shoes in your bottom slot, you've got a ring. And then you do a fight and you're like, why is my turn order wrong? Oh, why is my whole party wiped? And it's because you either didn't sell the ring or change your equipment. Sometimes you need to write those reminders down. The amount of times I've seen someone be like, I'm never picking up the guard ring again. It's real, it happens.
Yeah. Auto equip is basically based on how much defense it gives, and we will get the Hermes sandals later, which give you auto haste, but they basically have no defense, so they will never be the first thing you equip if you have anything else almost. So yeah.
All right, so we're gonna leave Kelgar to heal, lick his wounds, as it were, and then make our way to Dragon Valley, best area in the game. So Zero's going to go back, buy some more things now. This is where he's going to get the other scrolls, the kunai, and the life spell. Waves is going to be picking up the exit spell and then just be chasing after bodcap. So a couple of extra steps. We will be getting an encounter in the next screen. Really important thing about Dragon Valley, true to name, we will be fighting some zombie dragons. It's very important that you defeat them because they will drop a dragon fang. So up until this point, we haven't got any dragon fangs. We could have gotten them from the Chimera Brain earlier on, but it's not the best way to go about it. And Phoenix Down's really quick animation, and it's guaranteed rather than trying to dupe off the Chimera Brain, which might not work, which would have to reset and ruin your steps. So we pick up the bone meal here. It's a very, very important armor piece. And we make our own way through. So a couple of pickups. So most of it's just story triggers. So we go up, fall to the floor, activate the trigger here, opens up a door, opens up a way, lets us through, paths and that kind of stuff. Pick up the guild chest here, 7,000, very nice. There's a lot of multiple thousand guild chests in the game. So money's quite accessible if you know where to find it. And carry on through here. Make sure you pick up the coronet. Make sure not to mess up your movement. And accidentally go left too early or come at it from the wrong side. So first zombie dragon. Ooh, sad miss. The Zero's making his way to the Ifrit fight now. So again, just 2 ice rods, really simple. Knock him out. Waves will be doing the Abductor fight, and then flying on through. So, in, out, shake it all about, go through, and then the second zombie dragon. Technically, you could miss enough Phoenix Downs where you could actually run out. 21's usually fine. I don't think I've ever run out of Phoenix Downs in a row.
That would be quite the luck, though. But yeah, I mean,
that would
it
be
is
a misery.
it is technically possible. Yeah.
Gosh, sure would be horrible if bodcap had to like fly to a different shop and lose all that time to waves just to get Phoenix Downs.
Sounds like you kind of want that to happen.
All right, so you do have to do 14 extra steps here, I assume. So I was just saying, like, bodcap's just done extra steps to get the save point, and then looked like he did the full 14. So he must have maybe like 2 steps back up or something, or he might do some half steps on the world map to make up for it.
Yeah, probably.
So next boss fight, it's been a while. Like I said, the run really chills out after battle in the big bridge. So here you plant, very simple. You've got the plant itself, and then it will spawn smaller little plants. So these are the flowers, and all you have to do is just gill toss. So you're defending with 2, gill tossing with 2. Very, very straightforward, very simple at this point. Waves is going to stun Kelgar, and then Zero's got this encounter to run away from, and then he'll be tackling Bibloss next.
Yeah, so Gale Toss, by the way, how it works is based on your level, as per usual. You use 50 gil per level per target, basically. And damage also based on level and defense of the enemy. So for higher defense bosses, we will have to level up slightly with the aforementioned chemist things that we can do.
So now we've got the beautiful time magic here. So literally just putting time magic on to use dimension magic, and then exit to get out.
Exit is the best spell in the game.
It's so good. But I like the 4-job Fiesta that I did 2 months ago with Zero, didn't have that. And I was like, how do you get out of it? I was like, I genuinely thought there had to be some sort of shortcut. And it's like, no. The answer is to walk backwards out of it. And I was just like, no, this is miserable.
Yeah. It's very miserable.
Also, really important that we save the sheep in Calb. So we're putting the thief job onto Gloof here. And then again, just more story triggers at this point. So the game's getting like really, family first here. So we have a chat with Kara, talk to the Hiryu, and then we're gonna go and see the oldest of friends in the form of Guido. So on Wave screen, you can see the first, trappening of X-Death. So the original Warriors of Light, they sealed them some sort of dimension. But it's weird because they have like some sort of disagreement over it, and it's like, oh, I don't know, should we really do this? I'm not sure about it, but I don't know. Zez is really the leader. He's the one that's leading the pack. He knows what he wants, and he's not scared to get it. So Zero's got Ether Dupe there. Very nice. So just cast that on Faris, run away, and then he'll have his 255 Ethers to be able to sell later on. So the dupe thing, generally speaking, is put a dagger or a weapon from your item, into your offhand slot, and then throw that slot, steal it, takes that position, and then for the Ether Dupe, we just use it and run away. And then for the Dragon Fang, slightly different one we'll talk about when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Sid Mid reunited for the last time. Joy, joy, joy. And then I think this is when this is Dorgan that decides that he doesn't want to be part of the Heroes of Light anymore. So he takes a little retirement break. And then Waves will be heading on to Dragon Valley after this. So a little 1-to-1 with the Hiryu. Hiryu's not doing too well. Has genuinely been through a lot. So flying us everywhere. Real eagle energy from the Hiryu. Gets poisoned, gets exhausted, runs us down. We need to get something to heal this Hiryu up for sure. Oh yeah, so the eagle fight. Here we go. This is it in full. So you've got the mediator job, which can capture creatures. So what you do is use the ninja to throw a broadsword at the eagle, and then if you need to do more damage, you can do a fire all against all the enemies if it under damages. And then when it's got low enough HP, you can catch it, and then you run away from the fight. And then that's what we actually keep. That eagle is what we release onto A-Ravis like way later into the run. So that's really, really important that you get that at this point from 0. So again, Wave's just doing some collecting here, so you'll get the bone meal, the money, coronet, a couple of dragon zombies. Make sure he gets those dragon fangs to use for fights later on. And he'll be rocking ready to roll. Alright, now we can ride to Ruin. So Guido's Cave is our next destination for bodcap. So it's just slightly up and to the right. Alright, so again, Waves does have the incorrect packs for his fights. So he does have one zombie dragon then. I imagine he'll just guild toss the other enemies.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
She has the bone mail on. She has the bone mail on. Oh no. Oh no, she doesn't. Why did it miss?
I think he used it on Faris. I think he mistargeted.
I see, I see.
Alright, so bodcap's now reached the cave, and as we know, anywhere that you have to visit that's really important will get sunk into the ocean, so gotta keep an eye out for that. And oh, would you look at that? The music has conveniently switched back to bodcap's feed. I wonder why. How could this be? Because if there's anything better than one Gilgamesh, it has to be two Gilgamesh. So now we're making our way for the battle on the big boat. So it's just right and down a bit. Everything in this area is kind of pretty near to Extet's castle, so you want to just line up with the bridge and then shoot to the right past the castle. So Waves is now on the Hiryu plant fight. Again, 2 defends, 2 guild tosses, and just cycle through that. And then exit out. Very, very simple. So for this one, we're going to take one fight with a Gobbledygook, and that's going to allow Bartz to learn Combine, so that he can be a different job and still have the Combine ability in his second slot. And then once we've done that, we're pretty much set up, and then we'll be able to tackle Gilgamesh 2. Boss fight dead easy. We see the first instance of Combine there, some really cool tech, so we'll talk about the fight when it comes to it. Obviously, because we've done a whole 10 seconds of movement, it's time for a nap. So let's do that first of all. Take a little rest. So
well, World 2 has a very dense cutscene thing going there.
Action to dialogue ratio.
Yeah, it's not very good.
It does really pick up. The thing is, once you get to the end game, once you're in the void, it's like an absolute thrill ride to the end.
Yeah.
It's really strong. I think generally speaking, with Final Fantasy, final dungeons, as a general rule, tend to be really, really powerful and impactful. 2 and 3 are a bit I think 2 is the worst final dungeon. That's just my opinion.
3 is up there, depending on the version. Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. 1 is short enough where it's we get to go through the elemental dungeons. That's pretty cool. And then you've got a really cool final fight. And 4 is awesome because you're in space. And 5 is really cool because you're in the void and there are lots of different areas and a lot of boss fights to whip between. 6 is really cool because it's a final tower and you get to go through and kill. I think anything that's got a nice ratio of bosses without a lot of gaps in between them is a good way to go about it. And then they just get pretty epic after that. So Important for this fight, when we did the optimize on Gloof, he gets the Bone Meal. Bone Meal's got incredible stats, but it also has the wonderful caveat that if you heal yourself, you do damage to yourself. And if you try to revive yourself, it won't do anything. So Gloof is now having a catnap relatively permanently, unless we get rid of that, but we don't need to worry about that right now. So, Gilgamesh fight. So we get Combine on Bart's, and he's got the Thief job. Faris is on Chemist, and has got Guild Toss on the ability slot. So we wait for the ATBs to fill up, and then we combine a Dark Matter and Phoenix Down, which is a death potion. And obviously, why would a boss be immune to combine items, stuff like that there? And then we've just got some menuing to do. So we get Dragon Fangs up nice and high so that we can use Combine. We're going to do that soon. And then Phoenix Down's High Potions, Made a Kiss, Antidote, Revivifized, Turtle Shell, Eye Drops. All those combine items just up at the top so that we can have easier menuing afterwards. And there we go. Gilgamesh is now sunk. Poor lad. And then there's Ziza. He was just chilling with the easy enemies on the other boat. No big deal.
I wouldn't call Enkidu easy. Have you fought Enkidu before? Like, Windslash and Drain hurt.
Let's see, which version? So FF10 easy because Enkidu doesn't actually.
This is the version. Like, normally you would fight Enkidu in the Gilgamesh fight as well, which he says I was currently fighting.
Oh yeah, and like in this. Okay, so yeah, that's fair enough. No, I'm a cheap easy person. I don't do anything properly. So now that we've got that done, we're going to escape through the bottom of the boat, and we're going to get into a submarine. The first place we're going to head up is Barrier Tower. So now what we want to do is basically invade X-Death's castle and take him down. That's kind of our primary goal. But it's got a massive barrier around it. There are 4 pillars that have got stuff. So that's the general gist of our goal there. So series of dialogue boxes, get into Barrier Tower, and then we'll be able to rock it from there. Zero Scar is this? I think he's going to Lix now to get the Thunder Scrolls and Shurikens and stuff like that there, and he'll be doing his mini dragon grind. And then I think we all know what's coming up for waves in the next couple of minutes, so got that to look forward to without dialogue over the top. So naturally, the first thing that you do in every horror game is split the party. So Ziza's going to take the bottom of the tower, and we're going to take the top of the tower. And we start making our way up. So a couple of extra steps that we have to do on certain floors here. And then a couple of items that we're going to pick up along the way. So we've got a guild chest for 9,000, another guild chest for 18,000. A couple of cutscenes, like little ghosty noises that are like, ooh, don't go up here, it's dangerous, and stuff like that there. And then we've got a lovely boss fight at the top.
Oh, was that a brief thought about how to move? I see.
Yeah, I was curious to know, have I gone up enough? Did I go too far? This is so depending on what floor you're on outside, the stairs can be on the left, or the stairs can be on the right, or the stairs are on both sides. It's an area where it's not that it's like really easy to mess up your steps, but it can be quite difficult to see them. Once you've got the step route down, it's very consistent. It shouldn't be difficult to do. The most likely mistake that you would make is that you're dashing and you overstep accidentally. So yeah, it's just tightening up movement over time. It's really just practice is all it is. But this is definitely an area, because of all the shadows and pillars and things, it can be quite difficult to see where you are. Alright, so just a couple of extra steps for bodcap, back into the save room, and then we'll be heading up to the next boss fight, which will be Atmos. So Waves has just escaped. He'll be heading towards the big boat, and Zero is just setting up for the grind. I think he just parked in the forest.
Yep.
Yeah, so he'll be doing the 3 mini dragon fights, just spamming Thunder Scrolls to get level 13, and then he'll be ready to rock up. So Atmos fight, pretty cool. We do want to make sure that Galoof's dead in the fight, because he will be gradually pulled towards Atmos. If another character had 0 hit points, it would do the same for them as well. So this is the first instance of using Dragon Power. So we combine Dragon Fang plus a high potion, and that will increase our levels significantly. Magissa can do the proper explanation once I've stopped. Then we'll do a speed drink on Faris so that she gets faster, and then she's just going to be gill tossing. Then we're going to do another Dragon Fang and high potion, more levels. There is a chance that Atmos can slow you down, in which case you would use another gill toss so that another speed drink to keep your speed up. And then we're also going to do a little bit of menuing for a dupe that's coming up in the next dungeon, so we want slot 2. Do you know how many levels is it for Dragon Power?
20.
And then it's 10 for the other one?
Yes. You saw the difference in damage. Lena did 1 guild toss, 1650. 20 plus levels gave you 3000 damage, which is ridiculous. But yeah. That is also why we have set up a Dragon Fang dupe later on in the route, because like getting 20 levels per combined basically, it's nuts.
It's pretty wild. Alright, so here we go. Battle BB2. Enjoy your signs. Alright, so Fire Tower is taken down. That's going to allow us to get into Extat's castle, but first we're going to take a light break by heading towards Guido's cave. So, waiting for the submarine, do a little menu, get Faris and the ninja with escape, and then land on the Time Mage. So, Time Mage typically is only being used for escape. Nice thing about the underwater area is that it doesn't register steps. But I mean, you want to move well. You definitely don't want to get lost in the underwater bits. So generally speaking, the pathway to get to Guido's cave is to kind of like go right up and then hook a massive left and then up when you hit the wall. So you can use various lineups for it. There's like red seaweed, there are the rocks, and then they're like the dark walls as well. So pretty easy to find out. So once we hook the left here, we'll be heading up and then we'll be in Guido's cave. And Waves will be going through Barrier Tower. Zero will be going to the longer ruins. We'll have the flashback with Tycoon, and then falling through into the dungeon again. So Guido's cave, pretty straightforward dungeon. Little puzzle here. So there's a rock in the chest. Take it out of the middle one. You put it into the top left first. That will open up one of the doors. And then that's going to allow us to advance through. No encounter on that tile, so we need to do one extra one there. Pick it up from the top left box, and then put it into the bottom left chest. Cheeky encounter. We can use escape to flee from anything if we want to. We Make sure you don't accidentally talk to the box twice and take the rock out again and then ruin your steps. And then down into the hidden path here. And then again, that's going to let us through. So a few extra steps, 2 encounters, and then we get our cutscene with Guido. The Wave's making his way through Barrier Tower. So he's only got a floor or 2 left. So you also have like this weird like psychic link, I guess like a walkie-talkie kind of thing, where Zaze is like, yo, what's up? And he's, I don't know, maybe controls like electromagnetic fields or something. Bit of a Magneto. And he's like, no, everything's totally fine. Don't worry about it, dudes. And you're like, okay, great. And then you find out that he actually wasn't fine, but yeah. It's okay. We may see him again. Alright, so we get to meet Guido now. Who's an ancient turtle. Pretty classic. Alright, Wave's coming up on the Atmos fight. And we find out that Zaze has actually sacrificed himself for us. Again, really common thing in Final Fantasy. Like, they really took the biscuit in 2, and then they like calmed it down a little in 3, but they just couldn't stop themselves. Gotta have heroes. Alright, so Guido's telling us that we need to go to the Forest of Moor. This is one of the worst navigational areas in the game, but it's not too bad when you get used to it. The fact that it's an area that you go to twice and it's got completely different steps and different ways to navigate, it's good just to make sure you don't get caught when you go there and you're like, oh, I've gone the wrong way this time.
Gotten slowed on Waves boss fight, unfortunate. Means we have to do another speed drink. Basically 1 turn lost, but it should be fine.
Yeah.
Bit of a 10 loss though.
Or you can just keep spamming guild hunt. So to navigate to Forest of Moor, generally it's like left down and then you hook a right, and it's in a little alcove here. Do a little menu before going into the forest. So revive Galuf, put him on the Samurai, Coronet Bone Meal back on again, Lena on the Thief, and Faris on the Chemist.
Bone Meal, but why?
And dread to think.
For
That's
the
one
extra
that, like,
defense, right? Yeah.
Oh, it must be. Yeah, it's super. Like it messed me up hard in 4-Job Fiesta when I was like, I knew I could pick it up and I knew it had great stats, but I forgot what it did, and I was like, oh, I'm not winning these fights as quickly as I'm used to. So that wasn't good. So we are going to farm level 17 from encounters in the forest. So again, we'll just 1 round guild toss some. We'll leave out others. The gimmick in the forest is that some of the trees have got like a bit of a hole in the middle of the trunk. So you talk to that, and then that will have an opening for us, and then we'll be able to navigate through that. So Zero Scar just cracking on Crayclaw. Again, just spamming Thunderclaws, Thunder Scrolls, very simple. Barrier Tower getting taken down for waves. Then he'll be into the submarine segment. Alright, so one more screen for bodcap before things in the forest will get interesting. Could use the save point there. Not really any reason to or need to here. Alright, so then as as a standard, there are two things that happen in a forest. One is that we obviously are going to fall through the forest, but because it's already happened a couple of times, the devs thought we should really step the intensity up, and this time they set the forest on fire. So, pretty tragic stuff, but the good news is that we did make it near the end of the forest beforehand. So, bodcap's going to pick up an Aegis shield here, so it's in the top right, and then do a couple of extra steps. And then, because we know where the hole in the floor is going to be, we can just hang out there. So it's just underneath this flame tile.
Yep.
And our Moogle friend will come and save us because that's just what they're good people. It's what they do.
Yeah, if you don't pick up the Aegis ship, by the way, it transforms into a flame shield after you've fallen down and come back up.
Didn't know that. That's really cool. Alright, so obviously we're now in another cave, so we can talk to the spring and get an HP MP refill, and then all we're doing is waiting for the Moogle on the top right to get out of the way. So you just run into him, and then when he starts doing double time movement, basically, it's like, oh, he's going to move now. So Waves now going to be hooking his way around and going to Barrier Tower. Barrier Tower going to be going to Forest of Moor. And then Zero, I think he's doing the gamut with going to the different meteors. So I think he's going to Tycoon Meteor first. And then he'll be coming to the end of World 2 soon. So Zero's at the bit where he's going to do the Puro Bolos fight, where he'll Guild Toss, and then the Chimera Brain, where he'll Guild Toss, and then the Titan fight, where he'll Guild Toss, but then also do the Giant Strength to make sure that he survives the attack. So this is the Adam and Timmy fight, I think.
Yeah,
so you pick up the gem, and then 2 Thunder Scrolls and a Nice Rod. Alright, bodcap's coming up to a really cool fight here. So want to heal everyone to full. And then we've got 2 fights back to back. So Seal Guardians, interesting mechanic. So you've got 4 of them, and once they get below, I think it's half health, then they will start doing counterattacks. So the way you do the fight is you do a round of Guild Toss, which will do enough to not put them into that threshold, and then we're going to combine Antidote and Revivify, which will give us Samson's Might, which gives you plus 10 to your level on Pyrus, and then 1 more Guild Toss to win. Can be a really scary fight if you don't do it right.
Yeah, so they only attack normally right now, as you can see, which is not that bad, but they have 7,777 HP, and if they fall below 3,000, then they will start doing, well, nasty AoE attacks. So every crystal has an element here. They will do Earthshaker, Aqua Rake, Fire 3, and Arrow 3, respectively, for each crystal, and those hurt. Like, Fire 3 would straight up one-shot you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't know that mechanic existed until a 4-job Fiesta, and I was like, why are they doing high-powered elemental damage?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you don't realize how much you don't know until you really play the game normally.
There's a lot of very, very nice things in FF5 boss fights like that.
Yeah, there's super cool mechanics. Like all the things where they've got like different actual mechanical elements in different bosses is really interesting. It's not just a case of, okay, you know, it's like, oh, this one's got an elemental weakness, or this one's got high armor, or whatever. They're really, really, really well thought out. Alright, so now we've got all the story stuff done. Kara's going to come, try and save the day. So X-Death has obviously got 4 Dark Crystals, classic villain. Final Fantasy behavior, and we obviously can't get out of this, so we're in trouble. So obviously the last time it was Galuf that came to save us and take us back to the castle, and then Kara saved us earlier when it came to the big bridge. She was our rendezvous point, so she's here to save the day again. But oh no, it couldn't be so. So yeah, X-Death is like super busted, so yeah, she's not trapped, so well, I guess that's it. Game over. Bad ending. She's done. Pretty brutal. Not cool. But with the power of love, Maybe someone can. Maybe the Hiryu will come and save the day. Oh no, I just can't see any way in which we're gonna get out of this. Oh right, never mind. Galuf is actually Super Saiyan, so it's okay. So yeah, not only does he break free of his own crystal bond, he's also able to save Kara. Puts himself into the tricky situation, and then yeah, boss fight. So now we take on Exdeath. Fortunately, this is a really fun fight where we can't die in conventional means, so we're going to take ourselves down with the Phoenix Down. First try, really nice. Thank you, Bone Meal. You did a great job. I think the way the fight normally works is you just have to wait a certain amount of turns and then you'll die. I don't know if you actually can out DPS Exdeath in a normal playthrough.
You can. Technically you can, yes, but like it's rough. He has like max HP, obviously. The way it normally works is you do 5,000 damage, and then he will start talking with Galuf, and they like go back and forth, and like eventually Exdeath will just like kind of roll over, like in a scripted fight. But yeah, that takes a long time, obviously. So doing the bone meal cop out here definitely saves a good probably 2 minutes actually, because even if we like would activate that like back and forth immediately, it takes quite a while for them to get finished talking here.
Yeah, and then it's if you're playing on Turbo, you get a 7-minute break, I believe. So there's a lot of dialogue going to be happening on bodcap screen. So Waves is now tackling Forest of Moor. So again, he's going to have to figure out his experience here. So if it were me, I would just check my levels to make sure I'm level 17. Before I go into the Moogle bit. So we'll just figure that out, and then Zero's taking on the Zol Cannon, so he's going to be heading into the Lonka Ruins next. So again, he's just spamming the Thunder Scrolls, really powerful for this bit. So Zero will need to get experience from a couple of enemies, and then he's got the A-Ravis fight coming up at the end of that dungeon.
Ingredient step plus 2 steps, I'm not sure though. No, we're fine. I think we're fine.
Yeah. It'll be grand.
The Galuf actually dies. Go figure. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. And sad. And yeah, like so like Kara really likes you, like she's like using spells that we don't have, using Cure 3, using elixirs we don't have in inventory. It's great that she brought them along with her. But yeah, like actually doing the severe stuff, and it turns out for the first time a playable character in Final Fantasy can die. So she's going to take over the role of Galuf. She joins the party. She's busted. She's absolutely amazing. She's my favorite. And yeah, we get this like properly emotional scene, like 2/3 of the way or whatever, 3/4 into the game. And then it's up to Kara to save the day.
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier, stats are pretty much set in stone for you. Your base stats are pretty much the same on every character. There's like very few differences. So like Bots has the most strength, whereas Lina has like 3 less strength than Bots. So Galuf had the highest vitality, which determines your max HP. And now that we have Kara, she comes in. She has the lowest vitality, so like the lowest max HP on any given job. But she is the fastest character. She has the most speed out of anyone. It's very minor. It's like either plus minus 3, basically, on the max end if the stat differences, which is not a huge deal, honestly, but it's there.
Oh yeah. Every little counts. There aren't that many runs in Final Fantasy where your stats dictate what jobs or what class or what roles you'll take in it. So like most of them, like your 4 party members in 1 all do the same stuff. 2, they grow the same way. 3, they grow the same way. And then 4, you're forced into particular classes. 12 is the one that comes to mind, where like you actually give specific jobs to specific characters based on whether they've got good magic or vitality or strength and things like that. So bodcap's now making his way into Exdeath's castle proper. So a couple of extra steps, little menu, switch Faris and Lena, get escape onto Lena, and then mediator onto Bartz and Kara. So just go for a little wander around and see what's going on. Some pretty standard castle affair. Looks pretty nice and normal. Nothing obscure or odd to see here. Zero's just taking down A-Ravis. So again, that's a fight where we use the mediator role where we release the eagle to put sap onto A-Ravis so that it doesn't go into the later phases. It's a very, very cool fight. And we've got Seal Guardian for...
He had, by the way, he had 1,590 damage with his Shuriken and Thunder Scroll. That was yeah, very, very high. Almost perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, if you get the kill before like any actions happen, it's really cool. Like I've had ones where like I just don't use fire because I'm just playing it really safe and I'm not, or I couldn't see or didn't counter whatever, so I'm like okay, and I'm just defending for like 3 rounds before he gets taken out. It's no good.
Nope.
All right, so we get this little thing where like we try to leave the castle and then Galuf has a moment with Kelgar. This is, again, I have no idea how some of these characters get to where they are and how they control things, but yeah, I guess video games. But yeah, with the power of something, Kelgar sacrifices himself to open the rest of Exdeath's castle for us.
Quite literally lifting the illusion with his life force, yes. Very interesting. It's definitely anime power, but, you know, it's there.
I mean, it's like, yeah, this game is built as the backbone of FF5. So now the castle's going to get really interesting. There we go. That's more like it. This is what I expect from an evil lair. There weren't enough sconces with skulls and fireballs coming out of them. Alright, so a couple of extra steps. We'll get one encounter with bodcap, and then we've got a really important one. So it's an encounter that's got 3 magic dragons, so we will be capturing 2 of them with our mediators, and then just killing the rest of the fight with Giltoss to get rid. We'll be storing that to use the ability in a boss fight maybe 2 dungeons away from now. So yeah, really cool, really powerful. If you don't get both of these, I have no idea how you beat Merigine, but
You could do a couple of things that would be slower, but yeah. These magic dragons, they are on the way basically, and they are just very good because when you release them, they use Blaze, which is basically 25% of max HP damage, Fire Elemental, and if you hit a weakness, it's half the HP pool of immediately.
Yeah. It's very, very cool. All right, so let's see. This is if anything's going to go wrong for bodcap, it could be here. So we've got the next dupe coming up. So there'll be a fight against the blue dragon and a red dragon. This is where we're going to be duping Dragon Fangs so that we can use Dragon Power for the rest of the run, and also will allow us to sell some of them to get money for the final dungeon. So same setup as normal. So we're going to have Kara on Ninja, then Faris on Thief, Len on Knight, Bartz on Thief. And strategy, very simple, is we're going to duplicate the Mithril Dagger slot. So item, Mithril Dagger onto the offhand, and then throw that, and it gives us a glitch slot. And then we're going to use Maiden's Kiss and Revivify on the red and blue dragons, which will force them to do physical attacks, so it'll put them in Berserk status. Then Lena will be spamming Guard, so it's really important again that the other characters are in critical HP so that no damage is being done. So really, really cool strategy setup for it. So once we've got Guard going through and everything's great and they're both in Berserk status, then we throw the empty slot and then we want to steal a Dragon Fang from the blue dragon. So things that can go wrong. Number 1, steal from the red dragon. And then get the rare steal from the blue dragon, but everything went perfectly for bodcap.
Easy game, easy game.
So yeah, there you go. This is this is an object lesson in Final Fantasy V speedrunning. Wow. Okay, I don't think I've ever taken the bridge before it's swung back again.
Yeah, so
So yeah, you
the way we berserk them, by the way, they are technically immune to berserk, but Kiss of Blessing is a very special mix. It just goes through immunity. You can literally use it on anything in the game, even though you are not supposed to technically. That makes it
What?
possible.
Gosh, I wonder if you could use that against any other fights in the video game.
I don't know. Maybe. We'll have
Sounds
to
like
find
it would
out.
be pretty broken.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
Possibly.
bodcap's playing this so safe because there's a trap tile there where you can just fall through the floor.
Yeah.
So like yeah, doing a zigzag to make sure you don't fall. There's a no encounter tile. You could speak to the chest here and get the Excalibur,
Mm-hmm.
and then we've now got
Execute and Excalibur is in that chest, yeah.
yeah. So then we've got the X-Death fight proper. So the last one obviously was a bit of a gimmicky fight. So this one, Chemist on Lana, Kara's on Knight, and then just Giltoss 4. So now this fight is going to basically pave the way for most of the fights for the rest of the run. So the general rule is going to be you have a character. So it might be Lana, it might be Faris. Those are generally the two. And you're going to use Dragon Fang plus High Potion, which gives you Dragon Power plus 20 levels onto either Lana or Faris. Sometimes you'll do Speed Drink, sometimes we'll do other things as well. In this fight, it's just 2 Dragon Power, 1 Speed Drink, spam Guard with Kara so that she's tanking all the attacks. X-Death will do a non-physical attack in one of the turns. I think it changes your row, but it won't actually do any damage to anyone. So this is it here, Dynamo. And then one more Dragon Power on Lana, and then it's literally defend, spam Guard with Kara, and then spam Giltoss with Lana. And GG. Easy life.
So X-Death only really becomes dangerous after about 5 turns. He has a very strict script where in the first 4 turns he can either attack, use a Vacuum Wave, or do any of the given turns special attack, which is like Demi or Dynamo or whatever. He eventually gets to turns, which we will never see, where he would use stuff like Earthshaker or Zombie Breath, which would actually hurt. But since we kill him so fast, we're never actually going to see that.
Yeah, if pretty much any of the fights from here on go one more round, you're probably going to die. And they get pretty fierce.
That's it, that's the game, right? That was the final boss?
I mean, that's why I remember the final boss. I mean, that's the big bad X-Death.
Yeah.
GG's the bodcap.
Very good castle, though. I mean, nothing went wrong. Perfect steal. Very, very good.
Yeah, it's been a great run overall. Like, pretty textbook. Couple of, I mean, like definitely like bad luck on targeting in Phoenix Downs in the early game, but since then,
yeah,
super clean. So now we're just watching the epilogue for bodcap.
But this is timed like Dragon Quest games are timed, right? So like you have to actually run around in the credits and stuff.
Yeah, it's from new game until final input.
Yeah.
Which actually, like, there was it's a really weird one for timing. So typically for Final Fantasy, for let's say English or NA timing, it's new game until final hit and final boss, and Japanese timing is console power on until the credits end, or it says the end at the end. Final Fantasy 2 is an interesting one because after you beat the final boss, there are several dialogue boxes. And because there's no like FMVs or anything, you do actually have to mash through them. Like they didn't program them to run manually. So there was an argument some years ago about when time would actually be for that game. But anyway, bodcap's on, happy fun times. So there's going to be a little celebration in the castle. Dancing, all the good stuff. This is where Faris becomes, I don't know, she's dressed up as, maybe she is a princess, I don't even know, but she's dressed up for the first time, and Bart's he has a bit of a humana moment. Cute. And then Waves is about to find out what X-Death's castle really looks like. And Zero Scar is coming to the end of World 1.
Yep.
So I think he's just got the Titan fight left. And then Zero coming up to the halfway mark through the run now.
Yeah, so Waves will now, since he is further in his formations, will now have to...
Get a great encounter.
Yeah, the first part was always going to be okay. We are just kind of... He has to do a bit different things for the Dragon Fang encounter.
Yeah. So first room's got a ton of dragons in it, really easy to farm them. If you didn't get one, they are also later on in the dungeon, so you could just plow through until you get the encounter and then farm at the end if you needed.
Mm-hmm.
But this is ideal. This is exactly the pack or formation that you would want.
Yeah.
So for bodcap, you get Kara and Bart's have a little bit of a tiffle, and then it's a bit of a shoving match, a little light arguing, and then they're gonna make up and find out. Oh, actually, wait, what more needs to happen? We still need to save the world. That's lame. So naturally, the first thing that Bart wants to do is find his best friend Boko. So let's go and do that. Alright, so let's see if Waves gets his
I think this is
red and blue
fine.
dragon.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, that's the formation we wanted to see here. So the red and blue dragon should be in the next room. That's what we concluded, and I've tried to find out if that's actually true, but should be.
Yeah.
We should be good on steps too. He did make one misstep, but fortunately, he would have had to take extra steps there anyway, so it kind of worked out in a weird way. Now we're just setting up for the dupe, and hopefully we can get it through. Yeah, so he should get the encounter here. Hey.
Perfect. So again, the fight could still go wrong. So Berserk on the red and blue dragons. And we want to steal Dragon Fang from the blue dragon. All is good. Guards up. Steel City it is. The bodcap is now reunited with his Boko. As I said, World 3 combines Worlds 1 and 2. So we go to Boko's cave. We find out he's got a wife. Really awesome. Good for Boko. GG. And then he's like, "Oh, honey, I need to go and take my friends out. They need a lift because they didn't bring the car." So now we go on our Final Fantasy 15 adventure of the boy band. But unfortunately, our plans are thwarted pretty early on because obviously we're now in another field, so that must mean that there's another great chasm that we're going to fall into. And there it is. So this is Antlion Cave. Alright, so that's wave sorted. Zero is about to make his way through the teleport into World 2. And we get the Antlion fight. Pretty straightforward, so it should be one Dragon Power and Kara, and then 2 Guild Tosses. If Antlion uses Sonic Wave, then we do need to use another Dragon Power to get the levels back.
Yeah, Sonic Wave would have the levels that you currently have.
Alright, nice.
Easy.
So for the Antlion Cave to get out, you actually have to be on this tile quite a lot. And mashing quite a lot. If you AFK your game, you will just sit in this cave forever. So it's very important to keep your mind with you, even though you're quite near to the end of the run, to make sure you keep moving up to that rope tile. Alright, and now we've got the X-Death fight proper with waves. So again, a few Dragon Powers. Little speedy drink here and there. And then Guild Toss to victory. And that will take waves into World 3. So it turns out that Faris can't actually commit to her role as princess of the castle, so she's back into her normal garb and she's come to get us out of a tricky situation. Alright, so Waves now just got the final dialogue boxes for Xstat's castle, and he'll be going through. So again, using a tent for 0 to get the Abductor to show up, and then just taking yourself out after the attack, and then you'll be able to carry on through. Everyone gets abducted and put into prison, and then we get, once more, for the final time, Gilgamesh arrives for the first time. Yeah, I think we all know what time that is. So, here we'll go into Guido's cave again. So, just round the corner, and turns out, Guido's still, oh what? But he's upturned. Oh no. Well, we better write him. Then I don't know, how does one describe this? So this isn't like a Deus Ex Machina, but like super weird. So somehow or other, Xdeath managed to store himself inside a branch, and then have the branch travel through space and time, and so then he shows up, and then like you've seen The Matrix, right? Guido and Xdeath do like a Neo versus Smith Revelations fight, and then Xdeath runs away. It's pretty weird, but pretty cool.
The Xdeath goal was actually to merge the worlds to get access to the void, which he now has, but like the way he got here is really weird. It's just strange. Don't think about it too much. But he
So
can
what
now,
happens now?
he can now somewhat control the void, and he's going to make use of that by basically erasing all existence, or like trying to, starting with Tycoon there. Which, not very nice place to start with, because Lena's still there.
Yeah, that's right. They're important people about it. So he starts absorbing the world. I mean, this is again, you know, a good placeholder. You know, Kafka's watching on his TV, and he's like, "This seems like a cool idea. I should do this."
Yeah.
You know, they really got some really good ideas from Final Fantasy V to implement into Final Fantasy VI. So for Zero, getting the thief onto Galuf so he can travel through the prison quite quickly, and then on to Samurai, and then he'll do Gilgamesh 1, and he'll just be spamming Gil Toss to finish that. Alright, here we go. Battle of the Bonks for bodcap. And then Waves is just leading the dance party of the world, so he'll be collecting Boko, and then again, Antlion, and then he'll be on the heels of bodcap. Alright, so now we get to go to everyone's favorite. So we start off at the Ancient Ruins. It turns out everyone's good friends with Guido. He's well known here. And we form a battle plan. So we lay out all the books on the conference table. Yeah, and then we basically figure out we need to get ourselves into the final area of the void, and then I don't know, restore the crystals of light or something. So some sort of ending of positivity is what will be happening. So we got Boko for Waves, and he'll be heading top left. Oh yeah, we've got music for Zero. We should not talk now. I didn't notice the dance.
I don't want to interrupt, but yeah.
Okay, so bodcap's now in everyone's favorite dungeon, the Pyramid of Muir. I hate it, but I'm sure someone likes it. So first thing you do is go in, get command on the Faris, and then we fight. Oh no, before that even we do the gargoyles. So in the forest, we'll talk about it whenever waves get there. But there is an actual cutscene that you can skip. It's not like a sequence break or anything. You just walk around it. Very very easy to do. Then you've got the gargoyles that guard the door. Very important. I found out again in the 4-job Fiesta run that you have to kill them at the same time, otherwise they respawn. So that was really fun to learn.
Yep.
And now we're navigating through the pyramid proper. So we're going to stop on the second tile here to get poisoned. And then we've got the machine head room. So as soon as the stairs turn from a slide into stairs, hold up, right, up to the wall, wait for both of the machine heads to get close, down, left, up, perfect. And then that should avoid you from getting into an encounter with the machine head. If you do get into a machine head fight, there is a way of going about it. You basically, I think you put it into confuse so that it attacks itself, and then you do dragon power, and then you just cycle that with guild toss until you win. So now we've got the mummy fight. Very important that Faris and Butts are on critical HP so that you can use guard and then usual story, dragon high, Kara, defend, guild toss, job's a good one. Easy fight to get sorted. And then one more menu before we get to the end of the dungeon, and that's just to put basically time mage on Kara so that we can escape out of it. That only happened maybe a year or two ago. In fact, it might have been longer now. I'm old. But we used to just run out of the top of the dungeon. Pretty quick to get out of, but it's slightly faster to use escape. Another thing that will happen in the dungeon is that we have to unlock certain rooms and talk to I guess little lever pressing things. So in the room a couple before where we are now with bodcap, you can get encounters with the snakes on the ground. Really easy to get into one. It's not like it's a consistent manipulatable AI movement room kind of space. So you just track how many steps you are and how many Aspis encounters you get. And then you'll see whether you're ahead or, well, you'll not be ahead, whether you're behind steps or not, and then adjust for it. So bodcap there going for the legendary guard ring skip, saving somewhere in the region of 5 seconds. Don't actually know, but I always pick it up just to sell, so for money thing. But again, money shouldn't be a problem if your run's going well and you know exactly where everything is. You shouldn't have any issues whatsoever.
With the interviews and all that, it's my money is no issue for sure.
Yeah. So, but it's just important you know how to navigate the room. So it's a really simple one where there are tiles that appear and disappear. So you just have to navigate it as well, and that's it. There's no more bosses in that. That's the dungeon done. So now that we've got to the top of there, all we're doing is waiting for Bahamut to appear out of the ocean. This is again a very common thing where an island that looks like a dragon will disappear and then turn into Bahamut. I think it happens in, I don't know, 4 or 5 different ones. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, he was just sleeping. And now he's awake, and he's like, yeah, well, if you want my power, come and visit me. Smiley face.
If you want him, come and claim him. So yeah, now we can just dimension exit magic out. And then we're going back to the Elder Tree. So another one where really simple fight when you do it correctly, when it goes well. A little trickier if you have to figure other ways of going about it. Just in case anyone wanted to see what the summon menu looked like. So again, you want to make sure you do the menu as late as possible here to get Mediator on Kara and Bart so that you're still running, because you won't have a thief, and then you go back to a slow walking speed. So one tile down, cues the cutscene, and then we get the fight with Merigine. So really simple. So you use Black Magic Fire once with Faris, and then you release and you do the 2 blazes with the Mediators. So again, elemental weakness to fire, so they're going to be doing tons of damage.
Yeah, so Merigine is supposed to be a very complicated fight where every now and then she would change her weakness randomly and she starts casting tier 3 elemental spells and all that. She only has 20,000 HP though, and as we alluded to, the magic dragons we're about to release, they do about 50% of her max HP pool, which is max damage, 99999. So we do need that little fire from Faris to make sure we do 20,000 damage.
Yeah, and it doesn't do like percentage HP after damage either. It'll do max both times.
Mm.
So Zero's just taking Tyrannosaurus down, and then he'll be navigating his way through the desert, and then he'll be into the Moogle forest, and then he'll fall through the floor to be able to carry on from there. So bodcap's just witnessing more destruction. Standard for par for the course, as they say. So then Waves will be finding about Sealed Book and then the Cleft of Dimensions, so you'll know where they need to go to finish the game. And then more portal rifts are appearing in World 3 for bodcap. And then we'll be able to queue up the fight. So for Zero, talk to the Moogle, go inside, pick up the Gill and the Dancing Dagger, wait outside, and then fall through the floor. So here we go, Merigine. As clap, no problem.
Yep. You can also put her to sleep and confuse her if you're really desperate, and that will prevent her from changing her weakness actually, so you can try to do like some fire stuff, but yeah. She does have some magic evasion, so it's not guaranteed that any of your sleep or confusion stuff hits unless you use like the chemist versions, because those are 100% hit, but yeah. Basically the last boss before the final dungeon. Already?
That's right, yeah. It's crazy. And then we get to do it all over again. So, Thief on the Bart's here, and then onto the airship, a couple of dialogue boxes. Bot's just, he has a bender now. He just goes banana pancakes crazy. So there you can see Waves went down one tile. Seems like there's no reason to do it, but if you just go straight to the left there, there's a cutscene. So very simple to skip past that. So yeah, bodcap's just going through some dialogue as they go for a little trek on the seas of air, and then he'll be heading up to the town of Mirage. So gargoyles coming up for Waves. Another simple gill toss fight.
Yeah, gargoyles only have 5,000 HP, so they're not that bad. It's one dragon power, and then you are strong enough to basically one-shot them. Oh no, not the Mughals. No.
This cannot be. So, Aspis fight for Waves, Phoenix Down, and High Potion, and Resurrection. Take it out in one, and then you'll activate the necessary things. So there we go. So 1 Aspis, which is exactly right, so you won't get any extra encounter, won't be behind on the steps. And again, you want to wait for the spike tiles into the middle, and then as soon as they go, straight up, and then we'll see if he also gets no machine heads.
If you're daring, there is a 50-50 that you can clip through the first machine head here, and you can just go for that.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Never mind.
Okay, this is a late game seed manip.
Yeah, so they try to move close to you, which, yeah, okay. Shoot.
Yeah, okay, so let me find where we're at. So what you would do is, the first thing is you do is Dragon Fang plus eye drop the machine head, which will confuse it. And then Dragon Power Kara, use a Guild Toss. And then the second round, another Dragon Fang eye drop onto machine head, another Dragon Fang onto, or Dragon Power onto Kara, and then Guild Toss, and then that should sort out the machine head.
Yep.
You also have to watch out for poison characters, so you can use an antidote on Faris to stop her from dying. So you can see she's just died. So you'll need to sort that out before the mummies. There we go. We're through.
That was close.
Yeah, it was. Okay, so bodcaps now in Mirage. So we're just going to do some sell here. We're going to do some shopping here. So secret entrance takes us through to the back shop. So we're going to sell Dragon Fangs to get a ton of money. Guard ring if you picked it up. Any shields or bows, things like any extra like accessories, inventory items, equipment that you picked up if you did, and then you buy 3 running shoes. So you want to have 90,000 gil at the end. I'm pretty sure you can get away with 70 plus.
Ideally, yeah, but it's in case something goes wrong, you do want the extra.
Yeah, always good to have. So now we're into the void. And Waves will be taking down the mummies. So the void will replicate areas that we've been to before, and then some new stuff towards the end. So the first thing will be in the desert, which will remind you of the area where the sandworm was. No waterfalls though. Easy mummy fight. So then Waves can now just make his way to the top of the tower, exit out, and then he'll be on to the Meragine fight. Alright, so now we get introduced to kind of like gimmick of the Clefted Dimension. So this is the proper entrance, and then you will see that there are multiple bosses that appear. Some of these are mandatory, some of them are optional. Each of them has got something, it's gating something, so some of them will gate like weapons, equipment. The final one has a save point before the final boss. We're just going to fight the ones that we have to. So a lot of ins and outs in this area, a lot of extra steps for bodcap and all the runners to go through on step. So probably the most amount of extra steps in one area is here. So lots of ins and outs in that there. And then once we get through this area, which is, I guess, a little bit like the Lonka Ruins or something. I don't know where it's meant to represent. And then he'll be going on to the Forest of Mur afterwards. So we is just... Let's see what he does with the guard ring. What's it gonna be? So he does pick up the guard ring. Love to see it. Alright, so Zero's just taking out the second Abductor. Bodcap's now in Mirage Mark II. And then we'll be heading into the Forest of Mur. And then Zero is going to be heading into the Bal Kalb segment. And then into Dragon Valley. So important pickup when we get to the Forest of Mur. Not too tricksy to navigate. You go up into the left first, and then up into the right second, and then down into the right third. And we want to make sure we hit the chest with a ribbon on it. I think that might be the last pickup in the run.
That's right, yeah.
So it's just down here. There are a number of chests here. They've got really good gear, but that's all we need. Don't need to fight any more encounters other than the bosses. So the boss we've got coming up is Califistery. So a little setup first. So we're gonna change our order, get everyone into the front row, get Faris into normal. So she's got escape and combine. Obviously we know what they're for. Thief and cover for Kara, and then Bart's red mage. The red mage is just so that we can mostly get life onto Lana. And then the running shoes on Bart's is really important. So if you got the guard ring, it would automatically put the guard ring on, and then you want to put the running shoes over the top. So that's an important thing to remember. And then Lana optimizing Mithril dagger on. Fight, very straightforward. There's just one kind of like gimmick that you need to get onto. So it is 2 dragon powers and a guild toss, 2 dragon powers and a guild toss. And then you're going to combine Antidote and Maiden's Kiss on Lena, which will put her into the Levitate status, or Float status, which is very, very, very important to finish the fight with. So that's round 1. Oh, that was round 2, actually. So here we go. So we get Float. Final guild toss, Califistery's down. And then Waves is coming onto the Meragine fight. Again, 1 black magic fire, and then 2 release, very simple. And then Zero Scar's getting comfy with Kelgar. Alright, now once bodcap gets through the forest, he'll be going into the cave, where he will fight Omega Weapon for the lols.
He said he would do it.
I actually have no idea what setup you would need to win the fight.
Yeah, I think with what he have, it'd be rather hard, because I don't think they got the stop song. Normally you'd use bards to stop him, and then he'd be free.
Yeah. So really simple movement to get past Omega Weapon there. A couple of loop-de-loops, and then we'll be going on to the next fight, which is a panda. There we go. Waves is now sorted, so all he has to do is go to the town of Mirage, do the shop there, and then he'll be in the void, same as bodcap. And then we'll be loving Dragon Valley with Zero. So, a panda fight. So first one, High Potion Dragon Fang Lana, so Dragon Power, and then Revivify Turtle Shell a Panda, very important. And then 1 guild toss. Kara has to die, so she's the one with the health and the guard, or the knight status, so very important that she does tank that. And then we do 2 dragon powers on Lana, and then a guild toss. Round 3, we res Kara, who is then going to tank another hit and die. Again, very important. You can guild toss before she gets hit, and she'll live. So, important not to do that. And yeah, that's the panda fight.
Yeah, so Panda is actually vulnerable to Berserk, which is why we are actually using Bacchus Wine instead of Kiss of Blessing. Kiss of Blessing would also haste the boss, which is not ideal.
No. Alright, so we're now in the floating castle. Super easy to navigate when you can see all the empty tiles. Just a couple of encounters here. And then Zero's just landed onto Dragon Valley. So again, the big thing you get from Dragon Valley, bone meal, very, very important equipment. And then whenever he's fighting zombie dragons, he'll want to be taking them down with a Phoenix down so we can get Dragon Fangs. And you can very obviously see why Dragon Fangs are super important to the run now. Alex the Zinfogel. Do you know if anyone else was part of the reroute for Dragon Power?
There were a few people involved. Chrono Kirby was one of them, I remember. They went back and forth back in the day with rerouting this game to include like the dupes and Dragon Fangs and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Chrono Kirby in ages.
Yeah, it's been
phenomenal runner.
A good while, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the first time whenever I think I was watching him do Chrono Trigger 100% or something. And I was like, this guy's like getting records and everything. And I was like, he must be like just really good at games. And then I was like, he must be, fairly advanced. And it turned out he was like 16.
Yeah, he was pretty young at the time, yeah.
And I was like, oh, good for you. So the catastrophe fight, the bodcap's just strung through. A couple of important things. So we set up Lana with being in the float status in the fight with Califistery, which we kept right through. So what happens is that you do 1 round of Dragon Power and defending with Catastrophe. Then he'll use Gravity 100 or whatever, which will bring everyone down. And then another round of Dragon Power, Guild Toss, defend, Guild Toss. If Catastrophe gets 1 more round, it'll be a TPK. Your party will just die. It's like Seismic Toss or something. He does some attack, it'll take you out.
Yeah, so if nobody is floated, he will use Earthshaker 66% of the time. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to die. It's just a 66% chance that you're dying. It does about 1,000 damage to all your party members, which is pretty bad.
It's one of those, 66% of the time it works? All the time.
Yeah.
So, Halicarnasso, next fight. This is why the final dungeon's so intense. So, Faris on Guild Toss and Combine now, instead of Escape. So, similar idea, 1 round of Dragon Power on Delena, then 1 round of Dragon Power on the Faris. Make sure that you don't do both on Delena, because you won't win the fight. And then Guild Toss, defend, Guild Toss. Halicarnasso does use Kururu and turn some of your party into frogs. It's fine. You can still use your abilities. It's what it should be.
Yeah, Toad status is actually pretty bad, just like in FF3. You are doing no damage, basically, and vulnerable to everything. But you can still use Guild Toss and it will do full damage, so we don't really mind.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So now, super important for the next fight, Twintania, for Faris to have the hide ability here. Yeah, there are 2 things that you need for Twintania. One is 1 character alive with hide, and the other is the ingredients for a death potion. So, Faris hiding. If she doesn't have the running shoes, you also don't win this. So then we want to wait for 4 turns. So it doesn't matter what the action is. So that's 1. And then it'll say ineffective because there's no one to target.
5 turns.
Oh, it's...
He does 2 attacks.
Oh, after the first...
then,
yeah. 4 after the first, yeah. So...
Then, now he's gonna...
After those, reveal, high potion, tank, defend twice, and then death potion on Twintania.
Yeah, so the reason you show to actually take this Wind Slash is normally you can technically dodge that last Wind Slash, and it can be fine. But sometimes the video game is like, hold on, wait, what happened here? Ineffective? I don't understand. And then Twintania will not actually switch forms, and things go south. It's pretty weird. Like, that interaction, like, when you don't get hit by that Wind Slash, it can be really, really strange. Which is why, for safety, you just unhide, heal, and then take it, and then do the death potion. Because Twintania, once she does the 5 attacks, will switch into a form that is basically vulnerable to anything. You can do anything, like Toad, Confusion, Berserk, everything. And also level 5 Doom would work, because it's level 60, all that stuff, good stuff. We just use Death Potion, because it's the easiest access we have to, like, a death ailment.
Yeah. So bodcap's now in the final area in the void. Little blip on the steps there, shouldn't be an issue. So this is one where, like, you want to be escaping the fight with hide. If you just try to run away or you're too slow on hide, you'll get killed. One shot, everything.
Yeah.
100%. So a couple of extra steps in the final area, only a couple of encounters, and then it'll be the final stretch under the final fight. So Zero Scar's back to the castle. So again, this area where you talk to the Hiryu, talk to Kara, talk to Hiryu, talk to Kara, and then going up to Guido's cave for it to get sunk down. And Waves is just entering Cleft Dimension, so he's in the desert first. And then it'll be Rock and Roll Central, and it'll just be copying exactly what bodcap's done into the finale alley.
Stake run, step route all the way. Honestly, pretty damn sick.
Yeah. And it's like, so like there are a couple of ways you can like go about it. You can play it safe and do less dashing around the map, just to make it easier to navigate so that you don't overstep. But yeah, to be able to do a run all the way through and not like play anything safe as far as your movement goes and stay on step all the way to the end is really, really solid. So there's some dialogue boxes. We find that the X-Death has fused himself with a tree. There's probably some reason for it. So we get all this stuff where he's like, oh, destroy, destroy. And then there's like the heroes are like, no, we're going to do good stuff. And then you're like, okay, I guess we're going to take him out now. There's one final menu before the X-Tree fight. So we get Red Mage and Faris to bring Lena and Bart's back. We want Faris and Knight so that she can do guard, very important. If you do have a shield in your inventory, you want to remove it. You want Bart's on the dancer job. Finally, everything comes circle and he gets to do the dancer job class. And then combine for Bart's for Dragon Power. And then Lena on Samurai. And then having combine. So again, you've got Guild Toss in the main slot and combine on the second slot. And you can probably figure out exactly what's going to happen with the fight. So Waves is in Mirage 2. Next up he'll be in the Forest of Mur, and then he'll be going through the final boss gauntlet himself. Alright, so Waves is going to pick up the ribbon here, and then he'll be doing a menu before Califistery. So again, the big thing about Califistery is that you want to have Lena floated at the end of it. The rest of it is pretty much the standard Dragon Power effect. And then for bodcap, the original Heroes of Light are giving their essence or power or something to the new Warriors of Light. Alright, so here we go. Faris, Red Mage. Bring back Lena and Bart's. Really important not to bring back Kara. That will mess your turns and stuff up. Faris on the Knight. Remove any shields. Dancer for Butts. Make sure you've got Combine. Observe's cool, but Combine will do a better job for the run. Samurai on Lena. Make sure you've got Combine. Optimize. And then here we go. X-Tree. So, turn 1, Combine. Dragon Power on Lena. Then Faris will guard. And then Lena will Dragon Power Lena. Whitehole doesn't do anything. Round 2. Bart's Dragon Power Lena. Faris Dragon Power Lena. So no guarding in the second round. And then Lena Guild Toss. Round 3. Revivify Maiden's Kiss X-Tree. So Kiss of Blessing. Put him into Berserk. So he can only do physical attacks. Guard with Faris. Guild Toss with Lena. And now it's literally defend with Bart's, guard with Faris, Guild Toss with Lena, 4 hits. And then GG. So get ready on time for bodcap.
Nice.
342.59. That's really, really good.
That is pretty dang solid. Not very far away from his PB. GG.
Awesome. There was a time when like sub 4 was really impressive with this route,
Yeah.
and then it was like, oh, you can do it without step count and get a sub 4, and now it's like, you know, when you're looking at 340s, it's crazy.
So the reason this works, by the way, as I mentioned beforehand, Kiss of Blessing does inflict Berserk even though it's not supposed to, and X-Death is supposed to have a second phase, but well, because of Berserk, that script part just gets skipped, and you just kill him after phase 1. Well, it's very convenient because phase 2 is a bit of a pain.
Oh my gosh, it's a misery. Like I just love how exploitative the speedruns of some of the Final Fantasies are, where you've got bosses that have multiple phases and you just skip them. Like in 4, you can skip. I was about to say Neo X Death. That's absolutely not what it's called. I don't even remember what you call the final boss of FF4 now.
Zeromus.
Zeromus, yeah. So you can skip by Neo Zeromus, and in 5 you can skip by the second phase of that. So like Neo X Death has got like I don't know, like 5 body parts or something.
Or,
And they do like a range of different attacks and abilities, and statuses. It's a nightmare to go through. Like a lot of people would use Magic Lamp would be on like the first. It has like summons that it uses, and it'll instantly take down one of the heads, and then once you've got 2 heads left and they get to a certain health, then they start doing more powerful counterattacks. I wouldn't want to think about having to do the fight normally.
Did we switch music? Because like there is music right now.
Yeah, music should be on waves. Alright, so Waves is coming up on Catastrophe. 4 fights for him left. So yeah, we'll be able to see the float here, and then Gravity. And then 2 guild tosses to take him out. Oh yeah, the music should totally be on 0 for Gilgamesh too.
Mm-hmm. Can't have everything now, can we?
It's fine. Yeah, but nothing is going to stop chat dancing, clearly. What if we just play the theme on loop for the rest of the run?
It's still a bit until 0 finishes, I don't know.
Alright, so Halicarnasso coming up for Waves. 0 will be going through the submarine area into Barrier Tower. So again, the idea there is Zayza goes low and we go high. We get to the top, take down the boss fight of Atmos, and Zayza will be able to like destroy the tower. That allows us into X-Death's castle, and that allows us to get through to the end of the game. So Halicarnasso, very simple. Dragon Power Lena, Dragon Power Faris, Guild Toss defend, Guild Toss. Game's good.
Discord already updated their picture for like mock victory.
That's
That was
brutal.
fast.
Behind the
very
scenes.
Very brutal.
That's like there's no love lost here. Actually, I want to go back to the original FF relay and see what team I was on. I feel like
Honestly,
I feel like I was on Team Mog.
I don't remember mine either in the first one. I had no idea. It's been too long.
Yeah, that was. It's really hard to believe it. Like how long ago that was.
Alright, waves on Twintania here. Just waiting the right amount of turns. Gonna take 1 heal into Wind Slash and then Death Potion.
Very good. So, and waves just have to navigate the void, and then X trees up again.
Yep. It's unfortunate that You got the +2 on the encounters. That definitely costs a bunch of time, unfortunately. Very, very good execution at the backups, though.
Oh yeah, I mean it's been a really strong run. And like the reality is for like I don't know about bodcap specifically, but like Waves and Zero really only started grinding out this run maybe a couple of months ago.
You don't have to tell me. I have to verify all their PBs.
You see, just do like I do and never submit anything to the leaderboard.
It was hell. Like at times I had 3 of Zero's runs queued up, and I had to watch all of them. It's like, oh man, how am I gonna do that? They
Yeah,
were
it was
grinding. They were grinding like mad. Like
Yeah, Waves and Zero were like on the daily. Like every day I was like, oh, another FF5 run.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it wasn't even that long ago I was watching Waves do his casual playthrough of 5. Like I don't know if he planned to do like submit this for the relay and that's the reason he was doing it, or it just was a happy coincidence, but
Ooh, slow mist on Zero screen. Nice.
ooh. Alright, so that's Atmos down. Next stop, X-Death's Castle. And I'm pretty sure Zero's on step perfectly.
It did seem that way when I was checking. But...
Yeah. Alright, so final cutscenes for Waves.
Apparently, in the very first relay, you were on Team Mog, and I was on
Yeah, I
Team
was.
and I was on Team Choco. I don't remember.
Because I know that I did. Like, I spent more time on naming my characters something that was dissing Team Choco than I did on practicing the run. But yeah, that was 8 years ago. What a ride.
Jeez.
I don't know if we should do randomizer relay.
Oh dear God, no.
I've always been very interested in practicing a set seed. So you would still have like 3 teams, but you would have a set seed and everyone would have time to practice it and come up with the strats, but you wouldn't share anything between the teams and see if anyone comes up with ideas that others wouldn't.
Oh, that smells like disaster for like. Oh no! I don't like it.
I think it would be super fun.
I mean, it would be fun to route and stuff, but I don't know.
All right, here we go. X-Death for the second time for the last time. Dragon power.
Yeah, you don't need to get a lot of levels in this game because you can like, just like, you know, level yourself up in any given battle, which makes this very, very simple. You basically just get enough levels to either hit a damage multiplier in some instances, or like the big reason is to get enough HP to live through any given hit that you might take somewhere.
Yeah, like that was the thing when I was on like Forge of Fiesta, when people were like, yeah, once you get to level 45, you're pretty much set. So it's like...
Very high level, actually. Once you get to level 30 in this game, the XP curve starts ramping up quite significantly. GG, by the way.
Yeah.
Time.
GG.
Do it for that run. 349, that's with getting off. That's very good. Very good, very good.
Yeah. Well represented for Ireland. Like to see it. Alright, so Zero is well on his way through. Tower, let me find out where we are. Yeah, so he's pretty much finished with the dungeon. And I'll be doing his little meeting with Guido now. Yeah.
It's a 12-minute difference, which, I mean, how many games were in this? Too many.
Many.
Too many.
I mean,
Let me check. We have 12, 18 games? 18, unless I miscounted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, yeah?
Yeah, 12 minutes, 18 games. I mean,
The reality is, it is shocking every single relay how close the teams are.
it's like based on the fact that in any given game you can lose like minutes on end, right? Like that it's 12 minutes after 18 games is crazy. Like even an hour, honestly, like it's not that bad. It's like,
Yeah, like I mean, I was having a conversation with someone like earlier in the weekend about this, and it was like, well, the reality is, if your event is 80 hours long and the difference between two teams is 1 hour, it's like we perceive an hour as a long amount of time in a vacuum, but like 1/80th is practically nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely huge to be that close, and it's you know, I'm sure two teams are always within like 15, 20, 30 minutes or whatever of each other. Yeah, some of them are like super volatile. Like even like opening with the out of bounds run for 15. I've seen that go really well, and I've seen that go really badly.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Zero's making his way through Forest of Moor. Still in a pristine condition. Lovely bright green foliage. trees being taken care of.
Looks like at some point we lost steps because that was the wrong formation.
Yeah, I saw a couple of I don't know, I can't remember what the encounter was called in the previous dungeon, and I was like, I don't recognize that coming up twice in a row.
Might just be +2 just like waves, so the backup should be relatively straightforward. I hope it's that way. The backup
Yeah.
should be relatively straightforward for Excess Castle.
Okay, that's in the right place.
Yeah, so the time
So,
where we
yeah.
get the encounters is correct, but it just formation's off.
Yeah, right step, wrong pack. So again, just going to pick up the Aegis Shield and then 2 extra steps once the fire starts. And then dip down into the safety of the cave while the fire burns out. So we'll do a little heal from the Fountain of Life. Then we'll get back up into the dried woods.
And the Moogle here, by the way, like you need to wait, of course, a certain amount of time until he moves, but he can be rude and just move up or left, and then he obviously can pass like that.
Yeah, there are a couple of moments where, like, especially in the, I can't remember which castle it is, but one of them where you have to like go up, and if an NPC just goes up, you're like, oh well, now I'm out of steps because I wasn't paying attention to the NPC movement.
Yeah. That's in Karnak and Karnak Castle, because that actually advances steps. Yeah, and if an NPC gets in your way there, then, well, that was it for the step route. How many PBs has there been the relay? Well, that's a great question, because I didn't see every single game.
Like total?
I know of one record, but outside of that, I haven't heard much about PBs. I'm sure somebody knows, but I don't.
Okay, so Zero's coming up on Seal Guardians. So again, strategies, 1 Guild Toss, and then Samson's Might on Faris, because we don't need 20 levels, so the 10 will do fine, and then a second Guild Toss to, or maybe 2 Guild Tosses to knock the fight out. So you're saying once they get below 3,000 HP, they'll start doing counterattacks. Each of them's got an elemental affinity. So yeah, it'll be powerful. Fire Magic, Aqua Rake, Earth Rake, and then the other element. But you do want to wait for the ATBs to fill to do the Guild Toss here, so that you don't accidentally allow them to have a turn in between. There it is. So again, Xdeath is asserting his dominance over the party with the power of the Dark Crystals. I actually don't know if he's got Dark Crystals. I just assume that all the bad guys in Final Fantasy have Dark Crystals and we get Light Crystals. But taking the party down, encapsulates Kara in this fire field, and then Gloof turns super duper excellent Super Saiyan Bandai Mark III with the long red hair and goes toe to toe with Xdeath.
That's right, Zero can still PB.
Nice.
So much for no pressure, huh?
Oh no, yeah, just the perfect way to round out the marathon. Just shows what everyone expects. No big deal. So, bone meal on, instant Phoenix down, can't miss. Or not.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I've had this happen here where I miss like 5 or 6 Phoenix downs, and it just gets more annoying the more often it happens. It shouldn't really. You should hit it every second time at the very least, but yeah. Sometimes the game just says no. Third try, I mean, yeah.
Not a disaster. So there we go. Galuf has made the supreme sacrifice. Says Zero can't face the pain, so he's just gonna run to the opposite corner. It would be really cool if this actually like reduced lag or something, and I just didn't know about it.
I mean,
Like getting Kara's sprite off the screen, so it doesn't have to load in.
yeah, the wait time stays the same though, unfortunately. But you can, if you can position yourself in the middle there, and then she will just clip through you when she goes outside. Uh-oh. Admins are rooting against Zero, I'm just saying. They want this to be the longest relay ever. I don't know about that one. It's gonna be close actually, by the way. So that's pretty fun.
Yeah. So how many days is too many days? I remember like when it was getting into the finishing at like 4 a.m. on a Monday morning, and people were like, "Oh, do I need to take Monday off work for this?" That was so long ago.
It's 2 a.m. here right now, so we're getting there.
Oh, for sure.
Alright then, let's have a look at Exodus Castle. Hopefully, we are only +2, then the backups are pretty straightforward. Anything else would be kind of a pain, really.
Yeah. So 8 steps, half step, menu, switching Faris and Lena, escape, optimize on, mediator back on, Bartz and Kara so that they can capture the magic dragons in the tower, the castle. And in we go. So again, we've got Calgar giving us life force to reveal to us what the true castle looks like. It's just doing some mind walking. And here we go, moment of truth. So a couple of extra steps. And then we'll see what our encounter is.
Yeah, it looks
Lovely.
Like fresh +2, I think.
Yep.
I could be +3 technically, but I doubt it. Single. That's +2. Easy. That means the backup should be. Because Zero was kind of also confirming the backup earlier in Discord. He should be
Yeah.
knowing about it and doing it just fine.
So 10 steps through the lava shortcut. So Kara the ninja. So we can do the dupe. Faris the thief. So we can do. Yeah, well, you know what's happening. Leno on knight to do guarding, and then another thief on Bartz. So I think it's one encounter on like the third tile, and then it's the dragon encounter after.
Yeah, dragon in the next room. Whoa. Hello there. That was pretty scary.
Everyone's being real spicy with the bridge.
That was not the correct encounter though. It is in fact a +3, which means oh god, this is bad. Yeah, just has to farm the encounter here now. Basically, is the solution, which means we're kind of off the steppies.
Okay, so Zero should only have one mithril dagger on a slot that he's going to be doing the dupe with, but he has 2 mithril daggers. So I don't know if he missed.
He might have gotten a drop somewhere, and accidentally took it. I would guess that's the case. Some things do drop mithril daggers.
Yeah. So here we are again.
Well,
I'm sure you can get this back to back.
Kind of. It's two more encounters, and you should get another double dragon. I think, if I read this right.
Do you have like an encounter table?
I have a very, very sick spreadsheet from Exoden, another runner of this game, that has like the encounters listed as they
Is that
are.
on his website?
I don't know where that is actually. I just messaged him on Discord and got it. I can give it to you if you want to.
I would very much like that, because I know, like speaking of Exoden, probably some of the most fantastic resources that I've seen. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff for FF4, but he also got kind of big into FF5 for a bit as well.
It must be somewhere on his like website and stuff, but like I don't know where they're.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think steps are pretty much dead now, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we've only got one more world to tackle, so hopefully it shouldn't hit us too hard.
Oh yeah, most of the things are going to be just small time losses if you get the extra encounters. There's nothing that can like kill you, especially when you have the Hermes sandals, because you are guaranteed to just go first before anything that you meet. Honestly, if I'm Zero, I'm honestly kind of relieved that I'm not on steps anymore, because you don't have to think about anything anymore in terms of extra steps.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like once you get the World 3, it's like if I can just focus on getting from there to the end of the game, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, yeah. I hope you mind thinking right now as well. It's like, just go from A to B.
Yeah, I can just focus on the fights, just get from A to B, and just play the game well. Alright, so set up for X-Death 2, or the proper X-Death fight. Chemist on Lana, 9 on Kara. Make sure Kara's got high HP so she can do guard and tank. And then a couple of Dragon Fangs. Speed Drink, Spam Guard, Gale Toss. Walk it into World 3.
And to think we had like all kinds of setups for blue magic level manipulation and stuff, which were really complicated. Like just looking at this, it's just skill toss now. It's so great. You don't have to think
Yeah.
about it.
It's like, yeah, I mean, so this one I'd come on to like level 2, like maths was gone. And then the other one, like the run that like there was a period of like over a year where getting into speedrunning Final Fantasy 12 was just a bad idea. Like the whole thing was getting rerouted week to week to week, and menus were different, and fights were different, and strategies and all this stuff. And it was amazing to see, but I was just like, can I just not have a set of notes that I can get through the run with? And they're like, well, they don't really exist right now.
We're changing it on the daily, so like, I mean, you just gotta have to adjust. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. But you would like go through and then like someone would be like, "Oh, have you not seen the new fight for this?" And I'm like, I don't want to see anything new.
It's great though.
It's-
Like if you're in that game at that time, that's the best time to be in a video game, like in a speedrun. To be honest.
Yeah, I think like it was super impactful. For like record went from like a 730 down to like 6 something in the space of maybe a couple of months or something like that. And it was just it was like so active and so dynamic. It was really exciting, and it's always great when you see something like that, because I think a lot of the Final Fantasy runs are like, this is the run, and it's like that for a year or two, and then it's like, oh, we got to skip, or we've optimized this menu, and it's like some of the fights just get tweaked, and it just kind of gets like little by little. But every now and again, you get some big changes, and then it's like, oh, there's just life just gets breathed back into the game again. A little reprieve for the Dance of Eternity. And we're well on our way to Pirate's Cave and collecting our trusty old Chocobo again. So at this point, if you're off steps in the world map, then generally a good idea to just do some extra pause menus to make sure you don't get any additional encounters. This is like an incredibly long stretch where you don't get encounters.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get encounters when you're walking. When you're riding on Boko, you don't get any encounters, but if you're just walking steps on the world map, you can.
Here,
So I don't know.
actually, here encounters are turned off in this little stretch here on the walking part.
Yeah, the first bit.
Yeah.
So now we've got Boko making our way back through to Antlion's Cave. Down we go.
Go on, Boko, carry your team.
So great to have fighting chocobos in FF5.
Yeah, so is it the guild house strategy here again, obviously. 2 power-ups and we should be doing enough damage. Sonic Wave on butts, very good.
Yep.
We don't hate that. Some fun things you can do to Endline, by the way. You can put him to sleep if you have that, or berserk him, and then he can't do the Sonic Wave thing. Very good. Okay.
Yeah, he's hard targeting butts.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. And yeah, he just runs away. He actually has a little bit more HP than the damage we do, but his script tells him that once he loses 8,000 HP, he has to run away.
So rejoined by Faris. Had enough of the high life. It's time to go on some good old-fashioned adventures. Get the party back together.
Yeah, she can't stand being a princess, actually.
Sail the 7 seas. I mean, I get it. You know, we've all been there where, you know, you try to get forced into the fancy outfits and the dinners and the knives and forks. It's hard work being royalty, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
So if you get off Boko on the tile before going into the cave there, you don't have to watch that little scene whenever he leaves. Just a small optimization.
Yeah, it's a time loss.
I think Zero is now officially padding time to make the event longer.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, honestly. It's what was the actual time for the longest relay? 82,
I think
40, 40?
Maelstrom might have put it in one of the channels, I think.
Yeah, I think it was 82, 40, 40. Yeah, that's what it is. And I think, yeah, we should be over that, actually. At this point. Don't question the splinter.
So the lesson we learn here is when you're taking your dog for a walk, don't let it bring the branches back into the house. It's really surprising that more villains don't use the fwa ha 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 ha. Really could have taken off after this game.
I think Kafka was so good that after that they were like, well, we can't make them laugh like that again. It's like, we've already peaked. It's
Yeah.
over.
It's like someone comes into the dev room and it's like, right, I've got an idea for a character, right? Describe them. Well, I say a character, I've got an idea for a laugh, and we need to create a character around it.
I think Metako alluded to actually. The world map now, you don't know where you can get an encounter anymore, so you do want to open your menu every now and then to get a few extra steps where you don't actually advance the step counter, so you can mostly avoid the encounters on the world map. We'll see how Zero handles it, but should be like every 4 to 6 steps roughly. You can still get unlucky and get an encounter after the menu open, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, between here and the pyramid, I find encounters can be quite aggressive.
Do we have a favorite FF5 character? Maybe. You want to know what it is? I don't know.
The answer to your question is yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to know more?
That's a good question, Marshall. I don't know where Zero lost the steps. He was +3 on the formations, and then had a little mishap with the menu before the Dragon Fang dupe, so he had to farm a second dragon encounter actually.
Yeah, I suspect it was somewhere after Dragon Valley. Maybe between there and Barrier Tower. It might have been Barrier Tower actually, because I think it was when he got to the cave afterwards is when I noticed he was out.
You would like to know. Well, my favorite character is Lena. Would you like to know more?
Choose your own adventure book. It's like, yes, Lena, if yes, turn to page 36.
Right, we're gonna set up for the gargoyles here. Yeah, the Bard switch is basically just to learn hide. Because that's the runaway tool we're going to be using in the void. It's not technically necessary, but it's nice to have. Pretty quick. I would just personally opt for a thief instead because I'm off steps, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I suspect Zero will just follow the notes exactly as is. I mean, yeah, so earlier on I waxed lyrical about Kara, but I mean, there are probably other characters in the game. But I think the only reason why, like the main reason I like Kara so much is because the other translation puts her as Kryl, which is, it's just not okay. Like, that's an abomination, comparatively speaking. So, for that reason alone.
Kryla is the official name, though. I mean, what can you do?
You can just call her Kara instead. This is one of those horrible things. But then you can go down the rabbit hole, and I have no interest in riling up people on pronunciation between Japanese and
Oh,
different
yeah, I mean-
dialects.
Got to the one Aspis, which is pretty standard. There is sometimes, very rarely, you can actually dodge both of them, but it's very unlikely that that happens.
Yeah, they're super slippery and the room's really narrow. Alright, so machine head skip. Looks like that'll be good. Very nice.
Yep.
So make sure we menu before, make sure we get poison off all the characters, heal Kara to full so she can guard, sort the inventory a little bit.
You needed to take more damage. That's the first time I saw that, actually.
Ooh, yeah. Bart's is
Yeah,
looking a
Bart's
little
was
healthy there.
on Bart's was on like 70 or something, and that's too much. Yeah, these mummies have 3000 HP, by the way, so the one power up will be doing just enough for us to do the 3000 damage, basically. We're gonna partially already set up for the next boss and get some other... Oh, he's actually setting up for the boss and walking out, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think there's another reason to go cover.
I mean, if he's off staffs, it doesn't matter anyway, does it? So, like, I mean, might as well walk out. It's not much slower, like you said. It's like maybe
Yeah.
2 seconds or something at most.
Yeah, I mean, like I think even the last relay, it was brand new. It was like the only thing that was new in the route. And it was so like I was just going through the record run to be like, is there anything that's because 5's really just been kind of like gradual improvements on player level and skill and stuff, and I was like, oh, this is actually something that's quite different. But yeah, it takes seconds just to run down the side of the pyramid. Ooh, no guard ring for 0.
Confident in the money. There's no reason not to be, because I think you can sell more Dragon Fangs if you needed to. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think there's like one time ever I ran out of money against X Death at the end. I don't even remember how. I don't know what went wrong. Presumably I was off steps and I didn't have backups at the time.
Yeah, I
But this
guess
would have been...
if you do fight encounters, like they do have a certain amount of money they drop, right? And if it's all the wrong ones, I guess you could have been short, but like that's really it. It's a lot that it needs to come together there.
Yeah, it would have been like it would have had to have been like early on into getting to know the run.
Say hello to Bahamut for the last time.
Yeah. So now the big question is Zero going to take the left path or the right path?
Team right, personally, but
I always go right.
yeah.
It's like I have an irrational disliking whenever you've got like mirrored rooms in games and people go the way that I don't. And I'm like, why would you do that? You see, Zero's listening. It's the only reason he would have done that.
Took an extra step for that. Right, we're basically set
so-
up, I think. Yeah. just
Yeah,
need to-
so he put on. I don't think he change Kara to mediator in the
yeah,
pyramid?
yeah, he did.
So
that
yeah,
first.
so cover and then ring off, which he didn't get. So then it should just be Bart's on mediator, and then that's the fight.
I missed a lot of this relay, especially the start, unfortunately. I caught a lot of the back end though.
Yeah, I was flying back into the country on Thursday night and had my parents over on Friday, so I wasn't able to catch as much as I normally would.
Yeah.
So simple Merogene fight coming up. Blackfire double release. And then a little bit of shippity shoppity, and then into the final dungeon for Zero as well.
The final dungeon, by the way, is very quick. I think it's only 30 minutes from start to finish if you do everything perfect, which is
about that.
crazy because it's so many boss fights, right?
Yeah, it is for sure. It's like I feel like the Forest of Murbit feels a bit lengthy, but then I think for me it's like because the first time you go to Forest of Mur, it's like maybe 10, 12 screens or something, and then it's got like the cutscene underground with the Muggles, but then like Forest of Mur is literally one screen in the void, so it's super nippy, yeah. I think most like final dungeons are a lot like that. Final dungeons about 20 minutes in one. Twos is just dungeon. It gets so many screens and one fight. It's like you can do optional ones, but it's nice to have something to do in the middle. Fours is pretty lengthy. If you know where you're going in 6, it's pretty nice, but I would not want to do 6 for the first time again.
Yeah, 6 is a bit confusing because of the whole party switching thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so Zero doing these extra menus just to avoid getting encounters in the world map. And there we go. Last world map screen of the event.
Right, FF16 PC did get announced. Very exciting.
Oh yeah.
Very exciting.
I have to like remind myself to think about that. Alright, final meltdown, and now we can make our way to Mirage.
As by the way, I mean, at this point in the game, you are supposed to do a lot of side stuff, where you collect tablets to unlock legendary weapons and all that nonsense. It's all optional though, which makes this run a lot shorter than it could be.
Oh
like-
yeah, like absolutely. I didn't know half of that stuff existed because you don't need to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you've got the I think you start off. Is it like 3 tablets or something?
So you get the first tablet in the pyramid, right? Which like you
Yeah.
can get 3 weapons from, and then there's
That's it,
three more tablets after that. That
Yeah,
you
so
can
there are
get.
12 things, but you're only allowed 6 of them.
Yeah.
And then, so the big thing is like the magic lamp and the waterfall, which has got like the 10 summons or whatever.
Yep.
And then the other one that I didn't know about was I can't remember which town it is, but it's got like it's like the chicken dagger and the brave sword or whatever.
Chicken knife, yeah.
And that was super nice. Because I was like, oh, this is gonna do a ton of damage for me.
Yeah, so the way knives work in this game, like they are supposed to calculate damage based on strength and agility, but they basically just kill off. I don't know if it's on accident or not. I assume it's not on accident. They kill off the agility part on it on all knives, except for the chicken knife. The chicken knife actually takes your agility into account, so it will just basically do a lot more damage than any other knife would.
Yeah, so it was like I think what I had on my ninja was that and the dancing dagger, but then you're just banking on the dancing dagger to do a good attack. I don't actually know how like the calculation for that is, or how many different actions it can do.
So basically, for the dancing dagger specifically, like dance is like a straight up 1 in 4 chance to get any given dance, right? So it's basically just a 25% to get the sword dance which you want, right? And then the dancing dagger itself has a 50% chance to actually use the dance command, basically. So it's 50-50 to either get a normal attack or the dance command, if you will. Alright, here we go. Yeah, Zero will get a couple of encounters here and there that you don't want to see, but again, he doesn't have the Hermes sandals on yet. I would put them on, if I'm honest. I don't know if anything is faster here than a thief might be, but probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, I think I think once you get to the void, that's where everything is faster than you. But I don't really remember. I don't think I've ever intentionally done an extra menu to avoid being able to escape encounters in this bit.
I think Thief is still fast enough to go before everything here, yeah. There's a lot of like other classes would struggle here to go before anything, but like I think Thieves are still fine. It has been a very, very long time that I've been in here and did not have Hermes sandals equipped.
All right, 6 bosses and counting. Caliph history now. 2 rounds of dragon power on Lana. 1 round of float on Lana. And a heavy serving of Guild Toss.
Yeah, so Califistery's gimmick, by the way, would be that she either uses Reflect on herself, or a detrimental status move on you. Once she does have Reflect on herself, she would cast Reflect on you after that, and then cast Buff off of you. And she does have Drain as a counter to like normal attacks, but with Guild Toss we can circumvent that. Time for Omega, easy.
Why not?
Exactly, why not?
Just show it off.
Yeah.
It's just a quick one and done.
Wow, reset. Oh man, really scared. Reset the Omega position there before going down the waterfall. Omega can get into that position at the waterfall, actually, but pretty unlikely. That looks scary, but it's not actually scary, because like he would have to take another step in order to like get the encounter.
Yeah. So it's a weird one. It's the same in the machine head room. It's like, so if you're running or facing a wall, and you're not facing Omega Weapon Machine Head, you'll never get the encounter. So with Omega Weapon, you've got a lot more leniency. So even if disaster strikes, you can just kind of like wrangle your way around it.
Our red mage is not on critical HP.
Okay.
I mean, just don't get unlucky? Question mark? I don't know.
I think just play the fight out would be.
Yeah, just go for it. Just don't get unlucky. It's fine. Oh, he's in critical HP. Never mind. It just looked that way.
Okay.
I guess he forgot the Bacchus wine mix. Maybe that was it. That's why he paused.
Oh, right. Okay. I did wonder.
Which, to be fair, you only use it once because, like, yeah, Bacchus wine, unlike Kiss of Blessing, I mentioned this earlier, they have to actually be vulnerable to Berserk in order to use it.
Yeah.
So.
So should be one Guild Toss, and that should be the fight.
Yep. I mean, whatever, really? Yeah.
At
Yeah.
this point,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
It's all
Fine.
good.
Is there something wrong with the levels, maybe? Because it might have been like 50 too few damage or something because he's missing a level on someone. Maybe? Yeah, Lena and Kara is 17. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to now... I don't know, do we have Ether still? Do we keep them?
Oh no, they get sold.
Mm.
Because you sell when you get the 255, you sell them all then.
Yeah.
So you would have to get another pickup after that.
Well, that could get interesting with MP, I think, but... Should be fine still.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because what you could do is you could Phoenix down for Catastrophe because being in crit shouldn't matter for that fight, and then Halicarnasso is the question.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't think she does anything damaging. And then they're going to die to Twintanya anyway, so...
Yep.
I think it should be fine.
From here, it's fine, yeah. You don't need cover anymore, per se. It's just...
Yeah. And I guess if worst case scenario comes, just put a different character into Red Mage and use life on them. Or with them.
Yeah, life is very expensive as a spell though. It's like 30 MP or something. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Should be good though. Do we have float on?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
Saw it in the Halicarnassus fight.
Yeah. We have it. Okay. Float is very important because, like we mentioned earlier, Catastrophe will always just disable float when it attacks it first before actually doing something. And if you don't have any floated characters, you can do Earthshaker, which will wipe you.
So 2 rounds of Dragon Power on Lana, and then 2 Guild Tosses should be the fight.
Pausing here, by the way, like just to confirm the strats, and pausing is very essential because the ATB does go very quickly. We are on battle speed 4, and if you wait for too long, the ATB will slip and the bosses will get extra turns. So you do wanna, if you wanna check something, you definitely do wanna. He's playing it safe too and levitating again. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
The 1 level does make a gigantic difference for this route. That's crazy, actually. But yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, so 1 level is basically anywhere between 50 and 200 damage, which is not a lot, but it does actually make a difference in these fights because they're calculated very tightly.
Yeah, there's a lot of these where like your Guild Toss amount is like just above the threshold of the enemy HP, because there's no reason to do more than that. So
Yep, exactly.
alright, so Faris, Guild Toss combine, optimize. That should be us.
So Halicarnassus can't really do anything outside of attacking physically every now and then, which like doesn't really matter were it to happen.
Okay, so turn order's wrong.
Oh, wrong equipment then.
So be fine.
Butts needed an agility item probably. Just looking at it.
I think just run and gun and see what happens.
Oh yeah, I mean the damage. Halicarnassus doesn't have a lot of defense, so Guild Toss will do a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah.
The frog, no.
Oh no. No problem.
Classic Lena, as they say.
And it's actually great that Lena got targeted and not Faris.
Yeah.
That will set us up nicely for Twin Tanya. So, hide and combine. He has the running shoes on. Just don't worry about it. Just play the game as if nothing happened.
Looked fine to me.
Yeah, I see him. Alright, here we go. So, hide out the way. One. Two. Three. 4.
Heal, please.
Oh, I think he targeted. Okay.
It's okay.
Oh, I did not see the cursor go down to Faris. I thought
It
he
didn't.
healed Lana.
It doesn't need to. It will heal.
Oh,
only-
it auto targets?
Yeah. Fortunately,
Oh.
it does. Yeah. It's only potions though. Like, I mean.
All right, nice.
Yeah, we are 1 level low on Lena, but it shouldn't matter anymore. Hopefully.
Yeah, even if the turn order's out for X death, because of how
yeah.
you could literally just do Dragon Power and guard like every turn until you get the
Yeah.
setup, and then
Yeah. You can't die anymore. It's basically over. Shinryu time. Let's ask Zero how he feels about that one.
absolutely. Okay. Now the cursor's on high. That's it. And it's plain sailing.
Oh yeah, this is officially, by the way, the longest FF relay ever.
Woo!
Yeah.
Clap, 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 clap. All right, the final screen.
It ended up being a 352-ish, 353.
Yeah, so
It's only
maybe
6
like
minutes
two-
behind PB. It's not bad.
yeah,
Especially in FF5. It's like FF5 is FF5 after all.
it is indeed. No, that's been a really, really great showing from everyone. So even with like the extra encounters and the steps, they only be like a couple of minutes behind waves is huge. The final menu: fire us in the Red Mage, revive Lena and Bart's, fire us in the Knight, give her combine so she can use that in guard, Bart's in the Dancer and combine, Lena in the Samurai for guild toss and then combine. Make sure everyone's optimized, walk it into the final fight. And there it is. final fight.
Let's go. By the way, we saw White Hole earlier. The reason it doesn't do anything is everybody is basically protected from parts of what it does. It would normally petrify and inflict instant death on a party member, but that's what we have the ribbon for. The Aegis Shield protects against petrify, and the Bone Mail protects against death, obviously. So that's across the 3 characters what we have to protect against that, which is why it doesn't do anything actually.
Oh, very nice, yeah. Alright, I think it's 2 more attacks. Time.
Yeah, GG.
Huge.
That's it. TFF relay, it's over. 353, very, very solid. Yeah, the thing with Excess Castle is probably the hardest part of the run, to be honest. If you're off, it's like farming that Dragon Fang is so essential. Unfortunate. Otherwise, he would have been very close to his PB.
All right, GG. GG FF5. That is the end of the relay. I hope everyone enjoyed. We're just going to be wrapping up now, but huge congrats to Team Mog and all the other runners. Honestly, this was a really close finish. 12 minutes apart is super, super close. And honestly, like, all of these runs have been amazing. It was some really, really fast-paced runs throughout the whole event. So I really hope everyone's proud of themselves, all of the runners. All of the commentary is really amazing too. So thank you everyone for putting on such a great show. It's been super fun to watch. Just before we go, we're going to bring in some of the runners to have a very, very quick chat with them. Obviously, naturally, with the way we do commentary for this event, the runners don't really get to say their piece very often because they don't commentate. So this is their chance to just sort of say a few words before we before we close out the relay. So I will just go and grab the first person to talk.
Hello, hello. What's going on? Thank you for having me. It was wonderful seeing. I think I'm live on this thing. I just want to say big thank you to the relay committee for taking a chance with 7 Rebirth being a game that is as new as of February, because sometimes you never know where newer games are going to be months later. So I'm glad we could show off our game. Still very early. We're not even a year old. Would love to have more people, of course, come in, help us bring these times down. Just tons of fun to run this game. Don't let that PS5 factor hold you back, as we'll get a PC version eventually, and we'll see you all in there. But yeah, come see us. I'm hoping to find us on SRC, of course. We've also got a remake as well, if you prefer that. That's on PC. Yeah, thank you again. It was wonderful. Go Team Mog and Team Tonberry. And Chocobo.
All right, thank you very much, Whitey, for that. That was very succinct. That was very nice. Next up, we have the Sid to lend us a few words.
Hey, everybody. This is my first year doing this. I'm super excited that I got a chance to participate. It's been a goal for a long time. It was really fun. Fortunately, my team lost, but just watching the whole thing was fantastic, and being able to participate was great. Also, as a staff member from RPG Limit Break, I gotta say I'm really proud with this community, and that we come together very consistently to put these on. And I really, really want to thank all of the runners of the event, the actual runners of the games, and the viewers as well. I'm glad you all can come by once a year and enjoy these. Outside of that, I'm sure Wody has already mentioned how to get into Rebirth and stuff, but hopefully I can be a fixture around here to do like Remake, Rebirth, and 16. I like my silly action RPG games, despite spending years in denial and thinking I hate them. But that'll be it. I'm going to get on my way. Thanks, everybody, for watching and hanging out to the end. Have a good one.
Thank you very much to Sid for that. Next up, we have Big Sid.
Hello guys, I'm Big Sid, and I just want to say this was my first FF Relay. I had a very, very, very good time. It was really fun. Got to show off some Rebirth, and for anyone who wants to learn the run, I know Wody and the Sid, they also did really well. I was really happy that they both PB'd. I was kind of sad I didn't get a PB, but it's okay. I had a lot of fun. Got to really showcase how very reaction-based the run can be, and that no matter what, even if something happens, there's always something that you can do to fix what you're doing. And I'm really happy I got to showcase a lot of mistakes and to show how to recover things on the spot. So, but I had a really good time representing Team Chocobo, tried to get a lead back, and yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Big Sid, for that. I appreciate it. It is an underrated skill on being able to improvise in a speed run, especially when you are newer to it. Next up, we have Crimson Inferno 9.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the management team for putting this on. It's a privilege to be able to take part in it every year. This year, I chose to champion Type 0. I want to also thank Foxy and Dasfaro for coming along on the journey with me of learning this game. It's a wonderful little underrepresented game, short on the short side for Final Fantasy speedruns, just under 2 hours. So if you are interested in Final Fantasy speedruns and you need something that's not on the long side, then definitely consider this as a entry point or a new addition to your speedrunning roster. We're also very lucky to have some of the older, more experienced runners in Scent and Koinu who knew a lot about the history of the run. Were able to provide a lot of insightful commentary. And the last point is, on a slight tangent, if anyone hasn't checked it out, check out the World of Final Fantasy speedrun as well, because that one is also fantastic and one that's very close to my heart.
And that is very much a message I can reiterate. I love World of Final Fantasy. If you've ever wanted to consider speedrunning it, now is the time. Thank you very much, Crimson. Up next, we have MMM, who ran FF13. Hello, hello.
Hello, that would be me. Yep, I ran 13. Supposedly a very consistent game. We actually had a bit of a difference this time around. Funnily enough, several things happened in my run that I was not expecting, like the control issues at the start, and then somehow still managed to keep a really good pace until close to the end. Unfortunately, it runs didn't go so good for Kaito and Zero as well, but I would like to thank them, shout them out for helping me learn some more stuff about the game, as I run it a bit more recently than them. I only run this for about 2 years, so their help is I greatly appreciate it. I'd also like to shout out the commentators, Rooster, Madelon, Deerscar, and also Maelstrom for parts of it. Availability was a bit of a problem with the Monday slot, so I appreciate that they managed to make the time to come on, even just for part of the time. Other than that, Crimson Inferno did manage to get the world record as well. That was something that's very rare, so congrats again on that. And yeah, also thanks again to the management team. I know other runners have already said this, but it can't be said enough. Like, really big thanks for putting on the show every year, and thanks for having me on, and I'd be excited to be on again next year, if that's possible.
Well, I for sure hope it is. Thank you, 13 had some huge camaraderie this year. They were doing no reset races amongst themselves, prepping for the event. So it's wonderful to see that shine through. Next up, we have Cereth, who ran FF9.
Hello, I'm Cereth. I'm the Final Fantasy IX's furry VTuber. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the relay management team. I think this time last year I was not quite a speed runner yet. I was barely looking at the idea of it, and here I am a year later now, representing Team Choco. Super excited the whole time, running alongside Seb and Mutsky. I just want to say thank you again to Easily, P-Town, my community for propping me up, helping me get to where I am now. I'm hoping to come back again next year and represent once more.
Well, I'm sure hope we have you. Thank you, Cereth. I really appreciate that. We've had a fair few new runners this year, and it's always great to see new people in. I believe next up we have James Runs, who did FF4.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I just want to thank the relay staff for putting this on. This was a lot of fun. This was my very first relay. I have to say I was quite nervous coming into it, so I was just sure I was gonna botch an input somewhere, and I actually did. I did several inputs, but kind of made it work out in the end. I actually started speedrunning last March. I had done nothing until last March, and it was actually Zik's videos and Zik's runs that I watched, and got a lot from his notes, and started picking up along the way and played several games since then. Yeah, this was a lot of fun being the first relay, so.
Well, I appreciate the very kind words, James. Thank you very much. And also hyped that Zik got you into it as well.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, thank you. Next up, we also now have the aforementioned Zik. Hello.
Hello. Oh man, thanks for having me on again. This is my third relay I've been a part of now. It's always one of my favorite events of the year. I look forward to all the time. I'm sure James already talked a little bit about Final Fantasy IV and whatnot. There's plenty of resources out there for anybody who likes Final Fantasy IV. If you want to learn to be good at the game, James has really good notes out there. If you want to learn how to forget the Earth Crystal, I have some notes out there which you can use as well. But yes, thank you everybody, the organizers. I'm sure it's so fun and stressful at the same time to put this on every year, and it's very appreciated. And thank you to the community and all the runners, people watching, everybody. It's a really cool event, and glad to be a part of it, and hopefully I can see everyone next year.
All right, thank you, Zik. And he managed not to mention the trading card game, and in turn, I'm doing so for him. He loves it. I'm shocked he managed not to. Next, we have Foxy Jira, who ran FF10.
Hi, good evening. I don't know what time it is for everybody, but it's not super early in the morning, so I'm excited to be here closing out stuff, I guess, or at least helping you close out a little bit. Thanks, Chris.
Hey, you're welcome.
Sorry, it's hard not to make jokes, but yeah, I ran Final Fantasy X. This is my third relay, as the same with Zik. This is my third different team and my second time being on the winning team. So I think I'm going to retire from the relay from here on out. But overall, 10's a super fun run. I'm really happy to be able to run it for the second time. It's I think one of the easier games to get into in the Final Fantasy series. So feel free to join the Discord, as everybody always says. There's a ton of notes everywhere. Even when I was doing my run, Crimson and Chris were sort of helping me out with tracking, because it is, even when you have the full 9 hours of cutscenes to do it, it's a little bit daunting to do and make sure that you capture every single input that you're doing to keep it the best that you can. But the relay is always a great thing to be a part of. It really brings us all together, and it's just a lot of fun overall. So yeah.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to dispel the notion we did not help at all. I promise there was no collusion whatsoever.
Absolutely
No,
none.
we were the innocent bystanders who were happening to look at other things. All right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Foxy.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Next up, we have Rainbow Unicorn Chocobo. Rainbow Unicorn Phoenix, I believe your actual name is, but your Discord name lies to me. Hello.
Yeah, I changed it.
I don't know if I have either dropped.
I think it's Rainbow.
Okay.
Because I heard about half a word and then it all went silent.
Yep, for a minute there, I thought my internet had died, and I was like, "Oh no, this is tragic."
Rainbow Unicorn Choco.
Oh, we heard maybe half of a sentence there. Maybe we can bring back Phoenix in a few minutes. That sounds wise. Okay, brilliant. So we'll come back to Rainbow later. For now, we have Dash Retro, who ran FF7.
That's right.
By all means, this is take it away.
Oh yeah. Oh well, I mean it was a great event. I had a super great time. This was my first time in one of the relays, and so it was, very very nerve wracking, right? Like I've done other races and stuff before, and the nerves never really go away on it. Especially a relay is quite different. I've never done something like a team thing before, where it's like people are counting on me. You know what I mean? So yeah, it nerve wracking, but it was super super fun, and yeah, I really enjoyed just the entire production. Like the idea of the relay race is really cool, and I think that you guys do a super good job of like the way that it's presented, the way you do all the numbers, the way that the stats are tracked. Really fun event, really cool. And I enjoyed my time a lot. As far as the run went, I hope you guys enjoyed no slots. There was a lot of people saying, that they love slots. We're all about we like the slots run. And hey, slots is cool and all. We all love the ton to ton strat, right? But I hope you enjoyed no slots because it rules. No slots is awesome.
No Slots was wonderful to see. All of the they're just very very different runs. All of the FF7 runs are.
Yeah, and No Slots has gotten a lot of like minor hyper optimization kind of stuff that's been done to it in the last little bit, like Omni slashing at the end. Yeah, exactly. Optimizations like that. But yeah, it's a really fun run. One of the most recent kind of big strats that's going on around right now is no long range, and unfortunately that just isn't like marathon safe enough to really show that off. But at the very least, I think the step route is really well done at this point. And just like one thing I love also is the way that like all of us runners who like have really grinded this category have all got our own little quirks of things that we like to do. For example, it took me like 8 or 9 attempts to steal the spider web, which could have cost another minute if I don't take manipulate into the fight. So I manipulate the Kimara bug so that if that goes off, I can just sit there and spam steal attempts until I get it, and then I don't have to worry about stop web, right? I think I'm the only runner who does that. Then you got RJ, who on his Materia Keeper fight equips Elemental Ifrit on his weapon and minis that character so that if he gets a 100 roll instead of a 99, he can heal the boss, right? And not very many runners do that. So yeah, I love all the little differences, especially when you see them side by side. And I'm glad that Zeal was on Team Choco, because he was gonna win for sure as far as the 7 segment went.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you very much, Dash. I appreciate you coming on and saying your words and your bit.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I'm unsure who we have next, so I'm going to wait for someone to be dragged into the call. Fantastic. We have Rainbow back. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear. Hopefully I'm coming through. Hopefully my internet's fixed.
Fantastic. We'll hope it was a momentary blip. Anyway, take the stage.
Yeah, again, just want to say it's an honor to be selected for 16 and for 16 to be showcased. Hopefully we got to show off just how fun and I suppose intense the game was. Big shout out to Pete and Angel, especially for Angel. Angel pulled out a 9.5 minute PB. It was just an amazing run, so I've watched it back. It's amazing to watch. And I think Square Enix obviously heard us because they announced the PC port for 16. Which is awesome. So hopefully this time, if next year if we get 16 in, we'll be able to see the PC version and maybe like a completely different run if we're able to break it in time. If not, hopefully a more optimized run with the PC. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I want to thank everyone for the back end support and love for not only just for the entire relay for all the runners, but for absolutely everything in this. It's been an amazing relay to watch.
All right. Well, thank you, Rainbow. I appreciate your kind words.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And as a side note, Rainbow has genuinely been really excited to show off 16. It was really, really cool to have them around and see their enthusiasm. Last but certainly not least, we have awesomeWaves, who finished for Team Tonberry for FF5.
Yo, Chris. Yeah, just popping in to say, brilliant relay. Fantastic. And I've been around a few years now and on commentary sides and on stuff. And just overall, it was an absolutely astounding relay. So well done to Maelstrom and Cereth. And I suppose you too, Chris. I suppose you did something good along the way.
Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind.
Too kind, yeah. And kind of why I wanted to pop in is that bodcap and I learned FF5 for the distinct reason of being in the relay this year. And actually, it was amazing to start learning the run and just do it for the sake of the relay. So I would like to try and encourage other people to if there's a run you like, don't pick it up, obviously pick it up for the relay, but just go and do the runs. And if you are comfortable with it by the time the relay comes around, there's a chance it can get in if there's enough runs and enough buzz around it, because I know it's not the way the games are picked, but especially for side games and stuff, people just go run what you want to run, find someone to run it with you, and you never know, it could be in the relay next year. So I'm glad that we were able to showcase FF5. Nothing wrong with the Pixel Remaster version, but it was nice to have a non-Pixel Remaster 2D Final Fantasy end of this year. And obviously, well done to bodcap as well. Astounding run. 343 is no mean feat at all in FF5 because it's crazy hard. But yeah, GG to Team Mog, and well done on the relay, everybody. It was fantastic. Looking forward to next year already.
Thank you, Waves. That's very kind. And just like that, I believe that we are out of runners. Am I correct, Mr. Cereth?
That is it. That is us this year. We're done.
We're done. Just like that. Well, in that case, I shall get on my soapbox real quick and just say thank you to RPG Limbrick for allowing us to put this event on here, and thank you to just all of the runners, all of the commentators, everyone who got involved in some way, whether you were watching in Twitch chat, cheering on, no matter what. I genuinely appreciate you all. It's great to put on the event. I also want to shout out my fellow organisers, Cereth and Maelstrom. They do an inhumane amount of work for this, a lot of it in the back end, and you will never see it. And unless I say it, they tend not to. So a round of applause for Cereth and Maelstrom, maybe some cheeky hearts in chat if you so desire.
And you, Chris, don't do yourself short.
It
is
a team
sorry.
effort.
Go for it.
Yeah, so this really is a team effort between all of us. But ultimately, it's really also the power of the community underneath that keeps this running. If there wasn't the interest here from so many people, we wouldn't have been kept going for as long as we have. And this is the 9th event. It's been 9 years since we started this. I don't think when we started we thought we were going to come anywhere near this close. And it's kind of really awesome to keep it going. this relay ended up being our longest to date on the final finish time, which is a pretty incredible stat, as well as there being kind of 19 first-time runners, which for 18 games, more than one runner per game on average is really great to see. Kind of new faces coming in and new people picking up runs and playing these games that we all love so much.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. It's sometimes it's stressful putting this event together. Sometimes it's frustrating, but I think we love doing it, and I think ultimately it's really fun, which is just that's why we keep doing it. The community loves it, we love it. So hopefully we'll be back next year. I don't want to promise anything, who knows, but yeah.
I think, barring some kind of tragedy, this year went really well, and I'm very happy. I'd like to do at least another one.
I'm sure something will happen.
Maybe you can even talk us into doing interlude.
Not again.
Because when that comes up, it's always firmly Maelstrom's idea.
Hey, man.
But if you're watching this, it could be you next year. You could be joining in. We'd love to have more games, more side games and stuff in. So if you're interested in running any of the games that were here, or any of the games that weren't here, just pick them up, get running, and maybe you can take part next year if you're interested.
Yeah, and very much to echo something that Wave said, definitely run the games you love and work with the community for that game to get a case together. We're more than happy to kind of take pitches from game communities. A shout out to the Final Fantasy Adventure runners who all kind of signed up in bulk over the course of a couple of days this year and made us go, wait, maybe this is actually a really good idea to include. When stuff like that happens, it's always great to see and great to know that there's a strong community behind some of these games, because obviously there's so many out there. And we're definitely happy to kind of take pictures from people if you have them.
Exactly. This time last year, I'm confident that I didn't even know what Final Fantasy Adventure was. So.
Awesome. Well, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed the relay. If you missed anything, the VODs will probably be up on the RPG Limit Break YouTube within the next few days or so, I'm sure. Other than that, it's time to raid someone, I believe. I'm not sure who the raid target is, but we will be doing that. and yeah. See you all next year.
See you all next year.